We can rise above. We are invincible. Take us down. Push the button, Max.
Not just superstition! 25 years! And it's all mine!
Who are you? Where are we? You don't matter!
Repo Man,
Where is my mind? This live stream of consciousness is addicting me.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Hello, everyone. I don't know if there's anyone in the chat right now, but welcome to the return of Livestream of Consciousness. First off of the bat, let me bring in my my co-host for the night, and then I'll go over the format of the show and then what's going to happen right now. So, does it have an... No, okay. Darn it. So far, we're doing okay.
Hey, Raph, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about you, buddy?
Good, good. So, does it echo like when you talk? I just want to know. If it doesn't, then if it does, let me know. I can put on headphones.
No. I don't hear any echoing going on whatsoever on my end. But if there's echoing, I'll let you know.
Cool. Thanks.
Okay, so I just brought you in. Let me introduce the show, though. This is, ladies and gentlemen, for anybody watching this in the future outside the two suckers, viewers we got right now. Welcome to Livestream of Consciousness. This is just pretty much a silly, blast of poop type show where I just gather with friends and talk. This is the first episode of Livestream of... We used to do this quite a bit, but a couple of months ago we decided to kind of stop this format just for the live watching of various monster movies. That's cooling down for the moment. So Livestream of Consciousness is back. I'm going to try to do at least one episode a month. And what's the difference between Livestream of Consciousness and Night Owling with Nshoma? Livestream of Consciousness is a more fun and happy show, so there will be no... As much as I know we like to bitch and complain about how much we hate Ted Cruz and how he can just, go off a cliff right now. So, this is going to be the more fun show, and we got plenty of stuff to talk about as far as silliness goes. If you're in the chat, go ahead and sound off. I see we got 5 people in the stream right now, so that's always a good number. But yeah, Livestream of Consciousness is basically the fun, happy show where we're just... Me and I just kind of shoot the poop with friends right now. But since this is the first episode 2021, I'm old.
We're traveling there. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to start at simple for this episode with my friend Hawanja, also known as Mark the Crimson Roommate, from the Mystery Science Theater versus Gamma Round 2 fan films. You've been on the show before, correct?
I think a couple times.
Oh.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I do remember your debut to the Livestream Consciousness was fittingly titled Marky Mark Meets the Funky Bunch.
Yeah, it's been I think it was in November or something, maybe September. It was around then.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's been a while since we had you back, but usually I like to get 3 or 4 friends into this, but everyone's rather busy this week. Win, she's off vacationing. Brayton's off vacationing his birthday. Andres is off vacationing, trapped in Japan. And they all said they needed to do their hair too, so I hope that's not a sign that they just blew me off, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, also another thing about Livestream of Consciousness is, what was I going to say? Oh, in the past, we used to just leave the title card blank and wait for a title after the episode was done based on the funniest or most ironic moment of the entire show. But I'm not doing that anymore because that's kind of an extra level of stress I don't need, and I do not multitask very well. So from now on, I'm just going to be picking titles ahead of time. And and tonight's episode it's 2021 already. The hell. Okay, but enough of. Oh, and also we do have kind of a third guest. It's official. Nippo is with us. Nippo, short for Napoleon, is my pet Chihuahua, and he gets pretty crazy. So if you hear a dog screaming in the background, you know who it is. So he's in my lap right now. But enough about me chatting right now. Let's hear it from you, Mr. Hawanja, or Mark, however you want to be referred to.
Just Mark is cool.
Okay, so, and we're also using Discord, so if there's a bit of if we kind of mute a bit, you'll understand. So, but Discord is probably the one that all the hip kids are using these days, right, Mr. Right, buddy?
Yeah. Your kids and your apps and your, your Googleins and your iPhones and your apps and stuff. It's hard to keep up.
Yes.
So how am I doing? Good. Just working, going a little stir crazy. Very, very happy that we're finally going to get our next MonsterVerse movie that I thought was never going to come out. It's finally coming out. That's nice.
Oh, the one where the big monkey punches the little tiny face lizard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So what do you think of that, by the way? I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of impressed, but I don't know. What do you think?
I love that you're way more optimistic than I am. Okay, you know my old saying, the more the merrier as far as giant monsters go. And I am looking, and although I wish we were not in this terrible position that we've been in for almost a year now, hasn't it? Or over a year.
I think it'll be a year now.
Okay,
in
yeah.
March, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like
lockdown started in March, so.
Yeah, it's like as fun as it would be to go to like early morning matinee on a Monday, which I usually do when I go see big summer movies, because I really don't like the giant crowds. So, but that's probably just my own paranoia.
I'm probably not going to see it in a theater as well. Yeah, which sucks because I really, really want to see it in a theater.
Yeah, well.
Like a lot. It's just my one wish on earth that I could go to the damn movies, but probably not going to risk it,
Yeah. It's as fun as it would be to see it on the big screen. Unfortunately, we are going to play it as safe as possible. But here's the thing. I understand the whole situation about. Well, first off, let me talk about the movie before I get into how I'm going to see it.
Yeah.
I am excited because, it looks a lot of fun, but at the same time, I'm a little apprehensive for two reasons. One, all the fan hype has kind of soured me a bit as far as this movie goes. Like, are you Team Kong or are you Team Godzilla? Team good movie? No, you got to pick one or the other.
Kong all the way, man. But yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So, and it does it's like, what is it? I recently wrote I did a little meme text that was pointing out everything we know about Godzilla so far based on reliable reports and not so reliable reports. I did it for comedic effect. I really don't care about it. And I really like, and the gag was, hold on. I think I'm going to post it. I'm going to post it for everyone to see. But yeah, basically the gag was this is getting more complicated than Wonder Woman 84.
84.
Yeah. And for some reason, that really upset a lot of fans. Not the comparison to Wonder Woman 84, but just the fact that, are you sure all these things are true or confirmed? Are you sure? Are you sure? It's like, are you sure this isn't just Reddit, not rumors and whatnot? It's like, kid, calm down. Don't read into this. This is all silly giant monster nonsense. It's like, come on. And secondly, I am not going to go to a theater because here in Los Angeles, again, I'd love to go to a theater. I'd love to get like an early morning matinee or see it with an audience on a discount Tuesday night because the discount is totally worth it. It was with a large crowd, but at the same time, I'm not going to risk it. And this is Los Angeles. It's like this town everyone says we're a bunch of liberals, but yeah, there is a lot of people who are not social distancing because they're
Yeah.
yeah, they claim that yeah,
Millions of people out there who are just refusing to take any precautions whatsoever.
exactly, and it's all just the basic Los Angeles rudeness too. It's like
Yeah.
yeah, it has nothing to do with political party or anything, but it helps.
Yeah, I mean, don't want to get into that, but let's just say that there's a reason why they're not wearing their masks.
Yeah, exactly, and a
But,
lot of
I agree. It's not worth the risk. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like
yeah.
as much as like over the last, I mean, this movie, I've been looking forward to this movie for like 5 years at this point.
mm-hmm.
Like ever since they announced it in like 2014,
Oh, exactly.
and now it got delayed and all this stuff, and now it's coming out, and it's like, oh man, I mean, yeah, okay, I can watch it at home, I can stream it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's cool, but the whole point of these blockbusters is to see them on a huge giant screen and get a obscenely large thing of popcorn and eat way too much and enjoy your movie, and you know what I mean, like
Yeah,
make a night
yeah.
out of it, and
Yes, exactly.
sure, I can make a night out of it at home here, but it's not the same. It's not the same. It doesn't matter if your TV is 100 inches long. It's not the same as seeing it in a theater with, an IMAX screen. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like,
and the rare like-minded audience who enjoys it for what it is.
Yeah.
So
and people get into it when people, yeah, that's another part. It's like you see it with the people around you and you have that energy,
mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm getting the feeling though, like I bet you $1 million that after all this is done with, right? Like sometime this summer when they finally have enough vaccines for everybody and everybody gets vaccinated,
Uh-huh.
open all this shit back up. It's like, I bet you $1 million, all these movies that came out last year get re-released.
That would not be a bad idea, actually.
I would see this because it's going to bomb. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's going to bomb because no one's going to go see it because of lockdowns.
Mhm.
So they got to make their money back. So $1 million, I bet you that they just be like, oh, special re-release.
Yeah.
Well,
to add an extra quota to what you just stated, it's becoming more apparent that movie studios actually make more money in the long haul with home video than they do with the initial. Because ever wondered why a lot of movies that people totally forgot about or barely saw suddenly get sequels from out of nowhere? That's because they did extremely well either internationally or more so on home video in and out of America.
Exactly.
And it's like what is it? The MonsterVerse, its big success, both in foreign sales, has also been the positive reception on home video. Because when these movies get released in theaters, they do okay, but not record numbers. And especially with Godzilla King of the Monsters, how people were shockingly lukewarm about it. But then the movie came out on home video, and it apparently got a much bigger boost. Although, to be fair, we are in a very fortunate position where they made Godzilla vs. Kong while King of the Monsters was already in production. So we were going to get this movie regardless. But at the same time, we came so close. Had they decided to make the movie after Godzilla King of the Monsters, it probably would have been canceled. But we're getting, unfortunately, the pandemic had to make us wait a bit. But but no, I totally agree, because it's funny because in 2019, I called it the year of Godzilla eating up my money, because with all the hype around King of the Monsters, I went to all sorts of Godzilla related events and film showings, and I think I lost like quite a bit of money doing that, and this also included my trip to G-Fest.
Oh yeah, that's right. You went to G-Fest in 2019.
Yeah, and I appreciate you helping me with the plane tickets and all. So
no worries. So was that worth it, or because I've never been to that, and one of these days when we're allowed to go outside again, I would love to actually go to that in real life. So I don't know. I mean, would you say it's worth the expense to get tickets and hotels and all that stuff?
50.
Because for you guys out there at home who don't know, we both kind of live on the opposite coast to where G-Fest is held, so it's not like we can drive there. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of it would be a major trip for, you know, anybody who lives where we live. So
Right. So,
I don't know. It's worth it.
yes and no, because for one thing, it was really cool to go there and meet a lot of people and friends that, no, oh, hold on. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at multitasking, so I just got to reply at some people. We have Shay Smithers, a recent friend to the channel, saying hello. Hey, hope I'm not too late. Nah, Shay Smithers, you just got in. And then Brands and Films, aka Brayton, he commented to Godzilla vs. Kong and its box office future. As long as it hits the magic 400 million, it'll be okay, right? Winky face. There's a joke between me and Brayton where we were seriously talking about the financial success and failings of Godzilla King of the Monsters, and the conversation went something like this. It's like it's like, as long as a movie makes 400 million, it basically breaks even. So it's like, you know, there's hope for the movie. It doesn't need to be a big box office success. Brayton sincerely asking, did it make 400 million? And I went like, well, you see, no. And we both, and we both just started laughing our asses off. So
that would be nice, even during a normal year.
Mhm.
That would be like pushing it, I would say,
yeah,
for this movie. You know, and it's not because it's, you know, it's just because the kaiju films are kind of a niche sort of market. You know what I mean? And they always kind of have been.
mm-hmm.
You know, forever. So that's kind of why, like, the first one, you know, the Godzilla 2014 did really well, because it was new and everybody knows Godzilla, right?
Right.
Make a sequel to it that has the other characters, and that is sort of like only fans are going to go see that. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of unfortunate that, you know, like, Godzilla himself has all the name recognition and place within American pop culture, but, you know, Rodan and King Ghidorah and Mothra really don't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just how it is, and it's just sort of like, you know, it's. I mean, the thing is, normally with a sequel, attendance and like, you usually don't make the same amount of money with a sequel that you do with the beginning one anyway. It's very rare for a sequel to, like, they do better than the original, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So when it does, you know, like, there's very few exceptions to that, like Star Wars, Marvel, you know what I mean? Like, those are exceptions. You know, Indiana Jones, those are exceptions, right? But if you look at everything else, things like Pacific Rim, you know, Terminator, like all the other franchises, all the other blockbuster franchises,
Yeah.
there's always that sort of law of diminishing returns, where, like, if you look at the you know, the dollar amounts that you get back, it's like it goes down with each one. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then there might be one really good breakout sequel, and then it'll sort of go down and down. Same shit happens with Batman. You know, it's pretty much, that's kind of how it is with, like, everything. And there's very few, like, franchises that manage to be profitable with every single movie. Like, Marvel is one of the very few that every single Marvel movie makes the same or more. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's just kind of what's going to happen. Now, I think this one during a normal year would probably do really good, because it has, like, two very large, like, recognizable characters that, you know, the average moviegoer person is very familiar with Godzilla and King Kong, and they might go. And plus, it's a remake of probably the most famous Godzilla movie ever,
or at least the most successful worldwide.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the one, like, everybody's seen that movie. You know, even if you're not a Godzilla fan, you've probably seen it, or you've probably seen clips of it, or you're probably at least familiar with it. So it would be something. I mean, just imagine if you're just, you know, a casual fan, you know, and it's like, oh, what's out there? Oh, I can watch a giant monkey movie and Godzilla. And, you know, and what are you thinking? You know, you're thinking the old Toho films with, like, bad overdubbing and, like, fireworks shooting off that, you know what I mean? Like, that's what you're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I could see it probably would do a lot better if we didn't have this friggin' pandemic going on. But I don't know. I don't see it. It's not going to make $400 million. I don't think so. There's no way.
No.
So,
Yeah.
I think it will eventually, like you're saying, like I think probably over the course of next year,
Mm-hmm.
it might break that, but not during its theatrical run in the United States. So this is probably going to be the last MonsterVerse movie, which kind of really sucks.
Yeah, it's now the
But
MonsterVerse isn't going to be completely dead because apparently we're getting an animated spin-off to Kong Skull Island later this year, thanks to Netflix and the people who do the Castlevania anime.
dude, sweet, I didn't know that.
Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, yeah.
No,
No, that's next phase of the MonsterVerse. Apparently, we're getting at least this one Kong animated series, and it is going to directly tie to the MonsterVerse. So it's not like it's its own separate thing, like a lot of the other King Kong cartoons of the past.
that's cool. I did not know that at all. Sweet, I'm very happy.
Yeah, and also, if this is the last gasp of the MonsterVerse, we're at least going to have the animated series and the 2 Godzilla graphic novels that are coming out simultaneously.
Speaking of that, so there's 2 of them, right? Now, isn't there also a Kong prequel graphic novel too?
No, there is a Kong graphic novel prequel. There's a Godzilla graphic novel prequel. There's a bunch of miscellaneous books, but I think they're all like children and art books.
Oh, right.
Yeah, like Godzilla and his new little human buddy on an island.
Yeah,
So
Godzilla gets a donut or something like that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's that kind of thing, or
Huh?
Walk the Dog with Godzilla. Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I know one of them is oh, by the way, Zillapunk is in the chat. Hey there, Zillapunk, you have returned. And what I miss? Nothing major, just reintroducing the show and my friend Mark here. If you guys have any questions, just to wonder what you think of, just ask our opinions. We'll be happy to get them. But again, I'm not good at multitasking, and Mark is kind of limited intelligence-wise. You dummy! No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I can only,
I was joking.
caveman brain can only focus on one thing at a time.
Yeah. So yeah, you got Mo and Larry here. It's not going to work out. All right.
For
So
real, I have like caveman thumbs. Like the people at home can't see this, but like my thumbs are missing a joint.
mhm.
I think I have like Neanderthal DNA or some shit in my hands. I don't know.
You
Where are you going?
You don't have wisdom teeth too, do you?
No, I did.
Oh,
But
okay. I have wisdom teeth, and unfortunately, I have yet to pull them out, and
they
that's a,
came
that's
in,
a,
I didn't even have to get them removed. They just did it. They recommended to do it. So, which makes me think I'm an evolutionary throwback even more. It's like, oh, my wisdom teeth are like normal.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wanted a podcast starring the Geico caveman, here you go.
Save car insurance. Anyway.
That's so demeaning, Mark, towards our people. Oh, yeah. No. Well, let's not get into the subject of wisdom teeth and my inability to get dental insurance. But it's
The trailer, dude. Tell me, what did you think of the trailer?
the trailers are a lot of fun. I look forward to them. It's funny. I think the trailer sells the movie more than the concept itself, because I do totally agree. Godzilla vs. Kong are 2 very famous characters, but at the same time, giant monster movies are kind of a bizarre niche. And despite all the hard work Legendary Pictures have done to kind of bring back the giant monster genre in and out of the MonsterVerse, after all, they went out of their way to do movies like Meg, helped co-produce the recent Jurassic Park movies. What else did they do recently that was giant monster? They actually have a lot of giant monster movies, but I can't really think of them off the top of my head. Or at least
Legendary.
movies with giant monster elements. Ready Player One, for example.
Yeah.
And of course, we got the Dune movie coming out, which is more of a science fiction epic, but big worms, yay! So,
Right. We could talk about that next, but
yeah. If you want. So, but the trailers have been a lot of fun. I especially like the most recent one where they had like a bizarre 9-inch nail dubstep thing going on with Kong and Godzilla fighting, and when it's underwater, it has like the muffle underwater noise too. It's like, that's fantastic. So, quick tangent though. Hold on, doggy, what are you doing? Okay. What do you think of underwater fight scenes in giant monster movies? Because apparently a lot of people online are starting to show their hatred for it, or at least in recent memory during the lockdown.
I mean, I know they kind of do it in every single one.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess it depends. Like, is your monster aquatic? Yes. Then it makes sense to have an aquatic fight scene, right?
Right.
Um, you know, so if you have like, I mean, I think it kind of ups I don't know, like, generally, I think it's kind of a cheap way to show a fight because you can obscure a lot of details underwater, right? Same way if you have your fight at night or during the rain, like during a hurricane or something like that. You know what I mean? Like like Pacific Rim, it's always at night or it's dark or there's rain and all this shit. But every fight doesn't have to be in the middle of like high noon in the daytime. You know. So I guess it's just I don't mind it as long as it's well done,
Yeah. It's sadly I can't think of like, yeah, you're right. A lot of giant monster movies have underwater sequences, but as far as like underwater battles go that are memorable, there's not many of them, and even the ones that are like really cool are terribly obscured. Like I love Pacific Rim, but it was clear that they were kind of cheaping out in the climax. And
I mean, it was cool, like like when they show him fighting the stage 5 thing or whatever.
Oh, Slattern.
Slattern or whatever.
Yeah.
And but then it kind of like it's like, oh, this huge giant massive thing that's 10 times the size of everything else shows up and then it dies in like 5 minutes. It's like, what? Like kind of anticlimactic, but as far as the actual like fight underwater went, it was okay. I mean, it doesn't it's not my favorite preference, but I don't really think, I do think it's overused, Like for example, if you remember in the 90s the Godzilla versus Mothra, where he's fighting Batra underwater. And it's like you can't tell what's going on. And it's just them sort of standing and shooting each other with rays or whatever, and there's like bubbles.
Yeah, and it's sad too because I like it when you overlay bubbles. It kind of gives it a nice realistic look, but at the same time, when there's that many bubbles, like what's the point of looking? So
like I like fights where they grapple. You know what I mean? That's what I like. So grapple underwater, that's fine. You know what I mean? Like. Even more than like, but just like shooting rays at each other and then not moving is just boring, or swimming by each other real fast and then biting and then swimming away. It's like, no. But if they were to like, just like I think it would be kind of cool. I think you could do a really cool one that's underwater where there's lots of grappling and rolling and biting and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like imagine something like a shark monster versus some kind of crocodile dinosaur thing. And as they're fighting underwater, like that could actually be kind of cool. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, like getting back to because there is going to be an underwater fight in this, right? Like it's what it looked like in the trailer.
Yeah, but there's going to be a water fight. How long they stay underwater, I don't know, because as you know, Kong's on the ship.
They fall off the aircraft carrier or something.
Yeah.
So, I did like that in the trailer. Like I did like how they paid homage to the original one, where they have Kong and being flown by helicopters or whatever. And just that right there, just like the fact that they did that, because that was one of the more ridiculous things from the original. They use helicopters, or is it helicopters or hot air balloons? I can't remember, but they basically like
I think it was a mix of hot air balloons and helicopters, which sounds a little more realistic than when just helicopters alone lifting these big heavy things up. Quick note, by the way, Brayton Brands End Films, or Brayton of Brands End Films, might be joining us, but he refuses to enter the monster talk. So we might not go overboard with the monster talk after we're done with Kong versus Godzilla here.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I was actually kind of surprised that they actually did that I mean, I guess it's like a nice little homage to the original there, so that was kind of cool. Like, but I like also the weapon that he has. I guess he has an axe made out of a dead Godzillasaurus spine or something.
Right.
Looks really cool. You know, I'm looking. I'm waiting to see what other monsters are going to be in it. Like, you know, there's going to be those war bats,
Mm-hmm.
which look awesome. I haven't really picked up the toy for that yet, but I'm planning to.
Yeah. No, apparently we're also apparently Rodan and Behemoth, the huge tusk sloth-looking monster. They're supposed
And
to be.
Mecha.
Yeah, they're supposed to be making cameo appearances in this next movie, and of course, I think at this point, are you familiar with you know, who possibly being the big bad of the final third of the movie?
Mechagodzilla.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, they did a toy reveal for him, so it's pretty obvious he's in it.
Okay. Yeah, and
Right? So, not a spoiler. I mean, I guess if you didn't know at home, sorry, spoilers, but yeah, that's kind of been spoiled a few months ago.
yeah, and also I think Legendary is getting a little cheap with the Mechagodzilla inclusion, because I watched the trailers and it's like, why are you cutting to stock footage from Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla with fake Godzilla fighting Anguirus? It's like, you couldn't animate it?
It's like they just reuse shit.
Yeah, just reuse it. That's so funny. Like, one of the things about Godzilla vs. King of the Monsters I noticed is that they pulled a 1970s Godzilla and started reusing like stock footage from their own monster movies. So it's like
Did they do that in
yeah,
that one?
yeah,
They, like reuse footage.
yeah, they reused footage, especially with some of the like, especially with like the opening news elements. It's like monsters are yeah.
They
So,
did. Yeah.
yeah, but that's hilarious. But then again, it's like giant monster, like, despite what the popular public says, giant monster effect sequences are not easy to do. So go ahead and milk it and reuse it. That's one of the reasons Craw the Sea Monster had so much monster action, because they were just reusing all the effect sequences from Zarkor again, along with the new stuff. So
I actually have that on. I have that on DVD. If you want a copy of it, it's.
I have it on DVD too, but it's always good to have a backup copy. Speaking
For you
of,
at home, that's a movie that was made by the Full Moon guy, Charles Brand, right?
yeah, Charles Band, and it's sad too because there was
Charles Band.
yeah, back in the mid '90s, like around 1995, I guess, with Godzilla dying and Gamera Guardian Universe being successful, he honestly did want to do a bunch of giant monster movies under his Monster Island label. But Zarkor didn't do as well, wasn't easy to make, and didn't do as well as he wanted it to. So it was back to smaller human-sized monsters or puppets.
Right.
But then Godzilla 98 came out like a couple of years later, and it's like, I guess we'll follow it up with that Craw the Sea Monster we promised. And of course,
that one just spurned like a whole like subgenre of little imitators that came out, right?
yeah, the Godzilla 98, because there was also the made-for-TV movie Gargantua from 20th Century Fox. And
it had like this, like the movie poster for it was like a direct ripoff of the Godzilla movie.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know what other.
There was a one called Zakor the Invader or something.
That came out ages before the 98 Godzilla movie did.
It did. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then wasn't there also a Korean one?
Oh yeah, the Yongari 2001 version. Yeah. It was. Yeah, the history behind that is its own little podcast, like crazy. But there's two things I do want to mention about Godzilla related stuff before we try to bring Brayton on, if we can. If Brayton doesn't show up, then we'll talk more about monsters. You know, his loss. So I feel like we're the Doctor Who actors, and Tom Baker didn't want to come and play for the 30th anniversary, so we just have a wax dummy of Brayton. It's like, hey Brayton, how you doing? I'm okay.
Well, I did want to talk about the anime too. What's it called?
Yeah.
0 Point.
Well, Singular Point. I did. That was the second thing I wanted to bring up with you. But the first thing was, since you're not going to the theater, despite the fact that you live close to like 2 theaters. Actually, yeah, you live just a couple, like less than a mile away from one theater, the regional. How are you going to be able to watch the movie?
Well,
because I have an option for you.
It's going to be streaming on
HBO Max.
Oh, right. Is that the only way that you can get it?
Yeah,
so.
You either go to the movie theaters, you either go to the movies to watch it in person, or you subscribe to HBO Max.
Fuck, that's the only way.
Yeah, and HBO Max is no longer. Yeah, And HBO Max is like $14 a month, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of worth it just to try it for 1 month or so, especially if you just want to get Godzilla vs. Kong. But I have HBO Max,
Oh, you
so
do?
I'm not going to say it officially. But if you can wait
We were pirating it from my wife's,
don't
and
say it publicly. We're on like there's billions of people in the chat.
what are they going to do? Arrest me? Hey, HBO, I was stealing your channel. But anyway, seriously, what are they going to send the cops to arrest me for stealing HBO?
Yeah,
But,
as long as you don't mass produce it and sell it, you're okay. That's the big thing.
But no, seriously, she changed her password, so we can't get it anymore, which kind of sucks.
Oh,
So I am no longer a thief of a cable thief.
oh,
I don't know.
you actually were stealing real cable then.
No.
Okay.
We're just logging in as her and watching it. But we're not doing that anymore, though. We're
Okay.
not. So,
All right.
I don't know. I guess if that's the only way, then yeah, I will subscribe and for a month and then watch it and then like cancel my membership right afterwards.
Well, I have
they have Wonder Woman movie. I heard it really stinks.
It's overly complicated. Well, it's like let's not get into the Wonder Woman movie. That's a whole.
I don't know. I didn't watch it. I heard it sucked. So
it was fun for the first half was a lot of fun, but then you realized it's very fun in like a 1980s fantasy romantic comedy sort of way. But then halfway into it, you realized, wait a minute, I'm halfway into this movie and nothing's happened. It's just everyone's flirting or having fun like splash, isn't it? And then once you realize that, when it hits the middle mark, the movie suddenly goes full on crazy with like apocalypse vile bad wish magic, and then
what's his name is alive again? Is it because she wished him to come back alive?
Yeah, it's basically the monkey paw scenario. If you make a wish, something bad was going to come from it.
So is the bad guy in that like Pluto or Neptune or some other Greek god? Like
no. Well, at this you don't mind spoilers, do you?
I don't care. Go ahead.
Okay. Maxwell Lord, you know who he is, right?
No.
Okay, he's a recurring villain in DC Comics. He's basically a corrupt businessman. Sometimes he's an anti-hero who helps Wonder Woman. Other times he's a kind of a much more he's like not as despicable as Lex Luthor, but he does commit some pretty terrible crimes enough for Wonder Woman to, at least in one comic, to behead him. But Maxwell Lord in this version, he's basically sort of a Hispanic Donald Trump who has a failing business despite the appearance that everything's going okay to the public. And in a desperate attempt to save his own ass, he finds an ancient wishing stone that Wonder Woman and the girl playing the cheetah discover, and the wishing stone only gives you one wish, but whatever wish you make, you not only get what you want, but it takes something valuable away from you. So, for example, Wonder Woman, she didn't mean to, but she accidentally wished for Captain Kirk to come back.
All right, that's cool. Okay, so it's a wish that brings him back. Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's some strings connected to it. The main one, or at least the one we're supposed to be worried about, as opposed to the real fucked up stuff that people mentioned after the fact, was that she starts to lose her powers and becomes more human. So she gets the love of her life back, but she starts to become weaker, and it doesn't help when you're up against bad guys and magic. But Maxwell Lord, in his cleverness, he decided he merges with the wishing stone, so he can basically grant anyone's wish, but he can also consciously take whatever he wants from them. And then things just get crazier and crazier from then on, until eventually it gets like a really crappy Twilight Zone episode from the 80s where the apocalypse is happening, but it's like for like very vague and undefined reasons. It's like at one point somebody, like there's this like mayhem and chaos on the streets, but it's like, how did we get here? Did Maxwell Lord go to everybody on Earth and just start asking wishes? It's like individually. And it's like one guy, it's like we see one guy in the middle of like the lawn of the White House with a bunch of cows. It's like, I wished for a farm, but I didn't get my farm, just the cows. It's like, And it's just it just becomes a cluster. Like somebody has said, people have noted that the Wonder Woman movie is a perfect example of like the crazy, insane Wonder Woman comics from the 50s.
Right.
And although I do appreciate that kind of old school comic book storytelling, this unfortunately gets translated in the same haphazard way as Superman 3's plotline did. Because Superman Superman
You're comparing this to Superman 3.
It's like Superman 3, except they didn't do it for comedic effect. They did it because they're trying to be serious and sincere, and it equally backfires.
I see I made the right decision by not going to see this movie.
You did.
The first one was good. The first Wonder Woman movie, it's like World War One. She stands up and, charges the line and all that.
Yeah.
That was actually really good. So it's kind of disappointing to hear that this one blows. It's too bad.
It sucks too because there's a lot of elements that are enjoyable, like the romance between Captain Kirk and Wonder Woman. What's the name of the character? I'm sorry, I'm not.
Steve Trevor.
Steve Trevor's. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the little reconnecting romance between them is sweet. But like I said, It's like once you realize, wait a minute, isn't there like bad guys to fight? Isn't there like major? It's like we're already past the halfway point of this movie, and it's just been characters meandering and having shoe buying montages. And
there's
yeah, exactly. It's similar to, again, going back to Superman 3. It's mostly a bunch of comedic character stuff, and then in the last like 15 minutes, Superman battles a killer computer invented by Richard Pryor of all people. And it's like and it's sad too because I know what happened behind the scenes with Superman 3, the long story behind that. But we
run out of money and suffer rewrites and all this other stuff, and it almost got canceled and all this other.
Yeah, well, it's like, first off, the Salkinds were just throwing money at the dumpster fire without properly putting the fire out and fixing the dumpster. But more to the point, Richard Lester, the director, he wanted more. He's the guy who replaced Richard Donner in Superman, the second Superman movie, and of course he was the one who added a lot of weird comedy bits to what was supposed to be a much more serious movie. Hence the reason you're having this massive battle between Superman and the three Kryptonian criminals, and then meanwhile on the street, the people of Metropolis are doing slapstick gags and completely oblivious to the more serious, scary stuff happening around them.
Yeah, didn't he? He's the one that gave Superman like logo throwing powers. And
I hate to say it, I think the logo throwing power was there even before they got Richard Lester around.
I don't know.
Yeah, but but no, Richard Lester, because Superman 2 did a lot of money, and he was the Salkinds liked him a lot more than Richard Donner. Especially since Richard Donner, he wanted it to continue like kind of the epic fairy tale scope as the first movie, but the Salkinds thought he was being too serious about it. Plus he was spending more money than they wanted to. So hold on. Why do you always have to go on my shoulder like a parrot and start screaming? Okay.
I think your dog there is objecting, Raph.
What, you like Superman 3? You're horrible.
No, I think he has a difference of opinion there with you.
Yeah, but no, we'll talk. Okay, basically, it's one of those situations where the producers hated a director for doing his job well, so they fired especially since they didn't personally like the director and they couldn't relate to the vision. So they fire them, and then they bring on a director who's more of a yes man and is more in line with their thinking. And ironically, they end up making a more expensive version of the movie they want. It's kind of like what happened with the American Godzilla film back in '98. John DeBont wanted to make a serious action-heavy Godzilla adventure movie. Sony Studios thought Americans wouldn't buy that, so they went with a more comical disaster movie, one monster alone route with the '98 movie and Roland Emmerich. Especially since Roland Emmerich had a similar view as Sony, he didn't think Godzilla should be taken seriously. Period.
The thing is, back. I think I agree with them. No, I'm serious. So compare that to what in 2014. Imagine if the 2014 movie came out in 1998. I don't think people would have been on board with it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but the thing is, yeah, the 2014 movie I think was more inspired by like Warner Brothers' successes with the grim and gritty Batman and all that. But the as you know, John, as you may know, John DeBont's original vision, Godzilla, for the American Godzilla movie, Godzilla was going to fight the Griffin, which was like a weird mutant animal, and it was going to be like Gamera Guardian of the Universe.
Right. Yeah, the like script for it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's relatively more serious, but it's still a 90s blockbuster, so you know there was going to be like silly, stupid stuff going on everywhere.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that would have been a way better movie, but I can see why they decided to not, go balls to the wall with it like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That would have cost more and probably wouldn't have done as, I don't know. I mean, personally, I think it probably would have been a really awesome movie if they would have done it right. But
yeah,
just looking at the designs for the monsters and everything, and the general script, like, is just way better than what they actually produced.
Yes.
But, thinking about, I mean, this is 1997, right? So what came out around that time? Jurassic Park, that kind of thing.
Yeah, Jurassic Park 2.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Batman and Robin was, Meteor Man, shit like that. You know what I mean?
I hate to stop you, but I have a little dog that needs to go outside. So unless you want to just randomly talk to the audience, if not, I'm going to play music for 2 minutes and we can both take a breather.
Yeah, whatever you want to do, man. I can answer some questions that are in the.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah, you pretend to be me, and because Shay Smithers has some questions here. Like,
Shay Smithers, am I weird that I actually wouldn't mind seeing Zakor make a comeback? So that's
yeah,
Zakor the Invincible,
Zarkor the Invader. Yeah, so go ahead and talk to Shay Smithers.
If I remember right,
all right, I'll be back.
Okay, if I remember right, that movie was about aliens show up and they find an average guy to make a weapon to fight Zakor. It wasn't bad. It had good miniature effects, I mean, the script was like crappy. I don't know. And then again, I haven't seen this movie in like 15 years, but if I remember right, the script was like it was kind of like something that like somebody would write in like a weekend. Like it seemed to me that they were writing the script to that movie to be the cheapest they could possibly make it, because they only had like $2.95 and some like Kentucky Fried Chicken coupons as the budget. Like they basically spent all the money on the monster suit, so that was fine. But I think that was the idea. Like Raph was saying, like eventually they wanted to have like because I think Charles Band worked on that movie too, didn't he? I don't know if he did. Maybe I'm incorrect there, but that really would have been kind of cool. It would have been kind of cool to see a sequel to that. So, let's see. What other questions you got here? You're kind of so on the Castlevania show, aren't you, Raph? Well, I don't know about Raph, but I actually kind of liked myself. I really liked the Castlevania anime. Like Castlevania is like my favorite series of video games ever. Can't really speak for Raph. I don't think Raph is very much of a gamer. Although I think his brothers are like they have like an entire wall of video games in their house there. But me personally, I love Castlevania. I've played almost all of them across every system. Like in fact, that would be the reason why I would buy a new game system is that when a Castlevania game came out for it, then I would actually go buy a PlayStation 3 or whatever. You know what I mean? So kind of makes me very sad that they don't make Castlevania games anymore, because like Konami is like a shadow of its former self now. Like all they make is like gambling machines. So that's kind of too bad, but that's why it really surprised me when that anime came out, because there hasn't been a new Castlevania game in like almost a decade at this point. But I thought it was good. I thought it was a pretty good adaptation. I really liked how they fight the Cyclops in that one episode. It's like right out of Castlevania 3. Sypha and the other guy fight the Cyclops, and it dies the exact same way. I thought that was really cool. It was kind of weird how they made like Dracula, Dracula kind of like knowledgeable about science. Like I didn't really, because you don't really get that in the games. I mean, there is sort of like there's always a laboratory level in every game where you fight like the Frankenstein's monster. You know what I mean? And there'll be like, bubbling science crap in the background, that kind of thing. But in the games, it's more like Dracula is more like a Lovecraftian sort of, chthonic like entity. You know what I mean? And in this anime, they just sort of made him a vampire who has advanced knowledge of sciences and crap like that. And that's why people fear him. When in the game, he's more like a, he's more like a like a archdemon sort of, Lovecraft creature, that's just beyond, and like his form of Dracula is just like an avatar, because in the end of the game, like whenever you kill Dracula, then he transforms into his final form, and it's always some huge hideous monster with like giant bat wings and tentacles and all this other crap. So they kind of nerfed Dracula a little bit, but I thought it was okay. Anyway, Metroid, yeah. I like the 3 games that came out for Metroid. I like the 3 that were on GameCube. Like the Metroid Prime trilogy. Like those are some of my favorite games. Because I never really got into the original ones on the old NES and Super Nintendo. Like they look really cool, but I never really got into them, But I did play through the 3 GameCube ones, and those were really cool. I don't know, they were much more approachable to me. So I don't know. I kind of myself, I'm a little bit of a collector. I have like 47 game systems. Like I'm not even kidding. I have like a massive amount of video games, like more video games than like anybody my age should possibly own. I have a lot of like early Japanese stuff, things like pre-Famicom game systems, stuff like that, and all the way up until the most recent. Although I have not bought a new PlayStation 4 or the new Xbox yet. I'm waiting till the prices go down. A nice little hint for all of you game collectors out there: never pay retail for anything. That's how you do it. Always wait. Never be an early adapter as much as you may want to, because your early consoles are always going to fail. They're always going to be you're always going to get problems, red rings of death, things like that. So it's better to wait 6 months, and then the price goes down too. And another thing, I never buy games new. Like very, very rarely do I ever buy games new. I always buy them used, Like there's only certain ones, like if there's something I really, really want, then I'll buy it new. But that's very rare, So usually I don't mind waiting. I mean, I know there's some people out there who always have to be like, or they always have to have the newest stuff right now and playing the latest thing that just came out. It's like, I'm not one of those guys. I don't mind waiting 4 to 6 months for any particular game to enjoy it. You know what I mean? So anyway, what is man from Symphony of the Night? Yeah, see, Symphony of the Night was like really good. That one was one of my favorite ones. I really liked also the Super Castlevania 4. That one was really good. Like, just had like really awesome music, and actually like the ones on Nintendo 64 that everybody hates. I actually really like those too. I don't know why they have a bad reputation, but they're actually very fun. And if you can get past the controls are a little wonky with them. But let's see. So yay, Brayton, how come you don't want to talk about monsters, man? What the hell? I thought that was your thing. What do we got here? I don't know. Raph, hurry up, dude. I'm kind of running out of shit to talk about. Okay, Raph.
I'm back.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, nothing. It's just this damn little dog of mine. Yeah, that's right. You look all innocent in a corner, but I despise you right now. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Your dog on, do you have a camera? You know, just put your dog on and he can you know.
You know, it's when I don't have the video capabilities, so. By the way, it looks like Brayton's going to join us now. You did a good job without me, I will say that. But knowing Brayton, he'll be like, "What the hell is this? Your show's a clusterfuck. You allowed some random Dracula fan to take over."
So are we not allowed to talk about monsters anymore? Because I kind of want to talk about the anime.
We are going to talk about the anime, but I do want to bring on Brayton just in case I have to take care of this little guy again. So we have two hosts. And besides, like Brayton's a nerd in his own right, so we'll have plenty to talk about. We'll go over the. Plus, I kind of like Brayton's cynical attitude against kaiju, so that'd be great. But let me see if we can bring him on. If not, we'll talk Singular Point and then move on from there.
Singular Point. See, I keep getting that wrong.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a little weird on the part. So.
Right.
Okay, but yeah, no, I almost wanted to play the background 8-bit music from Castlevania while you were talking because you were doing such a good job there, but then I stopped myself halfway.
So you don't really play video games, huh, Raph?
No, I don't, and I don't know I don't know why. So, but it's not
I've ever met who doesn't play video games. Like seriously, I'm not even kidding. And you know that's a good thing. It's good to you know, do your own thing. I'm just saying, it's like, wow. Like, I've literally, like, every person I know in my entire life plays games, except for you.
Mm-hmm. Like, I occasionally visit games, so we're talking, like, very basic stuff, so nothing major. Oh, yeah. Okay, but yeah, I don't, until we hear from Brayton, let's dive deep into the bootylicious Badunkasaurus, which is Godzilla Singular Point.
So you probably know way more about this than I do, but what the hell is going on with these like designs here, man? Like, weird sort of fat-bottomed Godzilla.
That's why I call him the Badunkasaurus.
Yeah, you got like strange sort of like steampunky gorilla-looking like Jet Jaguar, where his head doesn't even like match the rest of his body. Like, what the hell?
Okay.
Everything else they showed Anguirus too, right?
Yes.
You know what it's all like. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna look that up real fast here.
Yeah.
Singular Point, right?
Yes, Godzilla Singular Point.
Singular Point. Yeah, doesn't he look all like? He looks okay.
Who, Jet Jaguar?
No, Anguirus. He's a very kind of more like a ball of. I don't know. He's got a lot of spikes all over him. Kind of a lot.
Yeah, I don't mind because Anguirus, he looks a lot like kind of retro dinosaur artwork from the 80s.
Yeah, he looks okay. He looks okay.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to find a picture, reasonable picture for a little
Jet Jaguar. What the hell is going on with that, man? That I know you probably don't want me to swear on your channel, right? So I won't. But it looks freaking horrible.
You did.
Sorry, I'll try not to.
All right.
It looks horrible, dude. I don't know. I don't know if I can get behind that. That's just
right. Well, okay. So hold on. Let me open the various pages about Singular Point. But first off,
also, right? I mean, so he starts off as like this sort of 15-foot tall kind of mech bot thing, and is he gonna grow to be giant sized but still have weird like?
Okay. Here's the thing about Singular Point. Before you continue, we don't know what's going on. This one's being kept really under wraps as far as whatever the hell's going on. The only thing what I do know about the story is it takes place in a future world where artificial intelligence and robot technology is commonplace, but not to like Jetsons Blade Runner levels. So, because two of the main characters are in fact artificial computer programs who comment with our characters, sort of like Jarvis to Iron Man, so to speak.
Oh, so they're like AIs. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's why the weird little square with the very simple face and the little happy orange doggy cat thing. Those are artificial program characters.
Right.
Now, the story deals with a weird mystery where a red mist seems to be unleashing monsters everywhere that connects to Godzilla, or Goshiira, as he was referred to in his original appearance, at least in this world. And all these various characters, mostly government agents and scientists from different walks of life, come together to try to solve the mystery before it reaches apocalyptic proportions. Now, the majority of our heroes are a group of technicians and engineers who created Jet Jaguar. Right. And Jet Jaguar is basically kind of a homemade robot, so they're leaning hard into the whole garage-built BattleBot thing with the new design. Yeah. But other than that, we don't know much about the story beyond that. I think the title Singular Point hints heavily to I personally think Godzilla is going to turn out to be the reason why all these monsters are arriving. But it's nothing as simple as he's mutating normal animals and monsters. I think, considering the weird poster that has Godzilla sort of like in a black hole type pose,
right,
and kind of I think Godzilla in this series is literally a living gateway to another dimension. So it's like you take the subplot to Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla and you extrapolate it to more insane levels. And all these monsters, I don't think they're mutants. I think they're just honest to goodness weird creatures from other dimensions or prehistoric times. So that's my own personal theory. What I do know is that Jet Jaguar is basically a not too giant robot that the scientific team uses to fight some of the smaller kaiju and also do exploring in.
I think I saw a thing where he grows, though, right? Isn't that I don't know.
So far, everything about him growing or improving is just rumors.
Okay.
And not only that, but my friend Matt Burkett of Monstrosities, he brought up a good point that there's a good chance that Jet Jaguar might be in the first couple episodes, but he'll either be destroyed and discarded early on, or they'll upgrade him over the series until he's almost big enough to take on the main monster at the end.
Yeah, I kind of really hope that he just gets stepped on and then they make a new one that looks better. I mean, here's the thing. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm not going to watch it, because I am.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Right.
It looks stupid. Sorry. It looks dumb. I mean, the thing is, I understand that, it's an anime and they want to make it unique, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, every anime take on Godzilla seems to take it in a wildly different direction. And the whole reason that they're doing it in anime is so they can do that. This is something that would, for example, the other three animes where he was far off in the future, they never would have made a live action movie with that ever. Mm-hmm. You can do it in anime, right? You can do anything animated,
Yeah.
It looks, it's easier to digest, you know what I mean, for the fans to accept it if it's animated for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that's why they're doing it. They're taking it in a direction that a live action movie would never go, right? So that's cool, but at the same time, it's man, dude, there is such a thing as diverging too much from the source material.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, it hits a point to where it's just so radically unfamiliar that it's almost completely different. And then you start thinking about, is it is it even a true adaptation at that point? Could they have made this about any other monster and robot and still it would be exactly the same? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I'm obviously gonna watch it. I'm just saying I don't know. We'll see how they do it.
Right.
But that's not the design choices I would have made, obviously. It looks dumb. And then you look at the toys.
Uh-huh.
Jet Jaguar toy looks stupid. Its head is too small. And it's because they can't actually make a toy that fits that design. Because it has this weird sort of steampunky waist thing. And if you were to actually make a toy like that, it would just snap in half. So I don't know. Kind of sad, because I that's the one pleasure in my life is to buy Godzilla vinyls whenever they come out. It's like now I'm debating. It's like, oh, do I want to own this ugly ass thing in my in my collection here? But if I don't get it, then I won't have a complete collection. Like, I don't know. Anyway.
Well, okay, so so one of the things I've always enjoyed about the Godzilla franchise is that it's very much like how there's like way too many damn Batman material out there, and you know it's kind of the point where if they decide to do something radical with the Batman character, it's okay because we just chalk it up as it's its own little version of that particular character.
Yeah, and I understand. After you have 30, however many movies are there, 35 movies or something, it's like you got to do something new. You know what I mean? You can't just keep the same movie over and over. So I totally get that.
Yeah, but that's the thing about the Godzilla franchise. I appreciate it that even though it does stick to a formula, monsters show up, shit goes down. Oh crap! I cursed. It's like I appreciate that you can still play around with the formula. That's why I like that the Showa era Godzilla films weren't, they mix between family friendly entertainment and extremely serious and at times scary spin-offs or direct, like you can have something pedestrian like Godzilla vs. Gigan, but then you can have that followed up with a truly childish Megalon and then a slightly more serious Terror Mechagodzilla. Or even like what is it? Matango, Attack of the Mushroom People, is indirectly connected to the Godzilla movies of the 60s, and that's a very grim tale about how shitty humanity is. Released around the same time of Godzilla versus Godzilla Ghidorah, the three-headed dragon, three-headed monster.
That one was just a straight-up horror movie.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I love about the Godzilla franchise. Like, there's a lot of facets about it, and unlike most movies, it's not too disparaging, and it's also slightly coherent only in the sense that they're all mostly movies. But at the same time, I'm happy that there's all this weird Godzilla stuff and we can play around with it. So here's the thing. There's been.
I just saw that you put the picture on the YouTube here of that toy.
Yeah.
Got it. Anyway, it looks so horrible, dude. It's so like, look at the head.
Mm-hmm.
What's with the neck, by the way? All right, why does it have this weird cone like road cone looking neck thing, and then the head is too small, and then like the arms are like made out of PVC pipe or whatever.
Again, this version of Jet Jaguar is a custom-made robot by a scientific team, so it's not a superhero robot. This is basically a mecha battle bot. Like the kind of crappy robots you see in the show, battle bots, where
it looks like it's homemade.
Yeah, and it's like Jet Jaguar's funny little head above is just like decoration. Although again,
it doesn't fit. That's what I'm saying. It's like the head is all awesome looking, and it doesn't fit with the rest of the body. It's like too small. It's like it's got like this weird ass pinhead. Anyway. All right. Sorry, I totally interrupted you. Just go on, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's like there's been at least 7 different versions of Jet Jaguar, so I'm okay if we're going a little outside the board with this new Jet Jaguar. Because it's and plus it's like we've kind of had the badass old school Jet Jaguar both from the original movie and also Rulers of Earth, where they basically made Jet Jaguar One Punch Man.
Yeah.
Complete with him like diving into the mouth of Orga and then growing giant size and exploding Orga from within. So I'm kind of okay that we're getting the garage band version of Jet Jaguar here.
Getting the discount bar.
No, again, no, independently made robot, garage robot is the best way to describe Jet Jaguar. But yeah, there's a lot of pushback against this. However, here's the thing, though.
But anyway,
the guy who's in charge of Singular Point's story. I don't know his name off the top of my head. I'm not gonna start opening links desperately to try to find his name, but I'm familiar with his work. And although some of his he's done a lot of books, and he's famous for going into deep dives with obscure references, both historical and fictional. He had a novel called Empire of the Dead, which was basically a what-if scenario if Dr. Frankenstein's technology got into the hands of the British Kingdom, and hence work zombies and homunculuses are commonplace in Victorian London. He filled that book and its anime adaptation, which was just a singular movie. Unfortunately, like a lot of anime movies based on a full series or a novel, they truncate everything, so it's a little messy. But he filled it with so many characters from Victorian fiction and his history. Hence the reason why Singular Point decided to bypass Mechagodzilla, King Ghidorah, and Mothra for Jet Jaguar, Gabra, Titanosaurus, Manda, Ebera, all these obscurities, and Rodan too, who, contrary to popular belief, is not well known in Japan. Like, here in America, people love Rodan for some reason. But in Japan, Rodan is as obscure as Anguirus and Baragon is.
So yeah, I thought that was kind of cool that some of these lesser known monsters from the canon are getting time to shine, and that's always cool, because it's like, it does seem like every movie series they do, they always use the same ones over and over. You always see Mothra, King Ghidorah, Rodan. You always see those.
Yeah.
And, it's good that they're actually doing some of these other ones, like Gabra. Gabra was like appeared in one movie, and it was kind of the crappiest movie. Right. So it's cool that, this character that is actually getting like some more exposure. You know what I mean? So that I thought that was cool.
Yeah. And not only that, but it was like after, like, I don't mind the Godzilla Planet of the Monsters trilogy on Netflix. Again, I'm happy that we have all these Godzilla movies in different forms, but it really was wasted potential. Like, they said that we were going to bring back all these obscure monsters, and then there were just cameo appearances while we just dealt with the one jumbo-sized tree Godzilla.
So what was your opinion on that? I thought it was pretty good. I mean, the trilogy, it was very much more like, it seemed to me like it was inspired by Avatar. You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean like the James Cameron thing?
The James Cameron movie. It was pretty much the exact same plot as Avatar, except they're fighting Godzilla instead of you know what I mean? Like,
I saw it more as a grim and gritty science fiction tragedy or spaceship adventure, just one that happens to have Godzilla in it, and that's largely because of the guy who was in charge of writing that one. He loves grim, dark, apocalyptic scenarios and he's gone the record that he really didn't care much for Godzilla. Hence, the story is more of a post-apocalyptic, sorrowful story that just happens to have monsters in it. But at the same time, I think it's wasted potential, because I appreciate that they're there, and I'm glad they went with a fully different direction. But it also does feel like wasted potential, considering what we could have done with animation in the world of Godzilla. And what we we got like a pretty decent science fiction scenario story. But if you were looking for like monster spectacle, or even like just the kind of fantasy elements that come with it, because you compare it to Avatar, but let's be honest, Avatar had a wide variety of different creatures and monsters to play with. It's Godzilla, slightly smaller Godzilla clone child, and and maybe a couple of the golden danger noodle that was King Ghidorah. So yeah, no, I'm looking forward to Singular Point, to be honest. But at the same time, I barely know anything that's going on. Knowing the writer, it's probably going to get pretty crazy towards the end. So I would not be surprised if Jet Jaguar keeps getting rebuilt over and over again until we get like a proper Jaeger version. But at the same time, knowing our luck, I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out the main villain of Singular Point was a jumbo-sized version of the skeleton turtle from Godzilla vs. Mothra. Because go on.
There was a movie that came out. I mean, we're talking about Avatar. God, I can't remember the name of it. There was a CGI movie like that basically had the exact same plot as Avatar, and I can't remember the name of it. But and it actually wasn't half bad. But it was like the exact same plot. Humans come to another planet, and they're in a spaceship that's like breaking down, and they need to settle on this planet. And it was like, kind of reminded me like this Godzilla, the trilogy, anime trilogy, like essentially had the same plot as this movie. And I'm trying to like Google it here, and I can't remember the name of the damn movie. but it was pretty much the exact same thing. You know, like human beings are looking for a planet to settle on,
Mm-hmm.
and the spaceship, they're in this sort of huge generational spaceship, and like it's breaking down, you know, and they come across this one planet and they can't breathe the air, and there's like a primitive society there, and they have to like fight them and blah 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 blah, and you know, damn it, I can't remember it. I have it on DVD back there somewhere, but I don't want to.
Can you go into more specific details? Like, was there like, what does the lead character look like? Were there robots involved? What do the aliens look like?
The aliens, it's a little more cutesy than like Avatar. It came out roughly around the same. Like I think it came out before Avatar though.
And it's an anime.
It's a CGI sort of like, you know, Toy Story kind of thing.
Oh, so it's okay.
So CGI. Anyway, don't worry about it. I'll see if I can dig it up. I'll bring it up. But I remember it because it's like that's pretty much the exact same plot as.
Wait a minute. Was it like human military people trying to invade this planet, and the aliens were floaty little? Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but they're like sort of cute looking.
Yeah, that movie came out years before Avatar, like almost a decade. So, but yeah, I couldn't give you the title. Yeah, I couldn't give you the title to it whatsoever.
You know what I'm talking about, though?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, but I honestly couldn't tell you the title to it, but I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like readily available on Tubi.
It's the same plot as the Godzilla anime trilogy. Like, essentially, human beings are looking for a planet, and then they find one. Except in this one, they just go back home, and it's an alien planet. And they're on a space station that's falling apart or whatever. And,
yeah.
You know? Anyway.
Yeah, but no, getting back to
coincidence. I'm not accusing anybody of anything.
No, again, the movie you're talking about, I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't remember the title for the hell of it. But that movie was made decades before Avatar was even in production. It was like one of the first earliest full CGI movies released in theaters.
Yeah. I think it had to be at least 2004.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah, so. but let's not dwell on that. So getting back to Singular Point, as you can see, I put in fan art of the Badunkasaurus.
Did you like just draw that just right now?
No, I drew that in a hurry when I was talking to friends another time. But yeah, it's a gag thing I did on the paintbrush or bitmap, whatever we're calling it. But yeah, it's like Godzilla has a big booty.
Yeah, I mean, he looks okay. Mm-hmm. He does kind of he is a little heavy set in the
Godzilla is thick
in the caboose there, you know.
I like big tails and I cannot lie. Some brothers want to deny.
Red beans and rice definitely didn't miss him, you know.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. He looked all right. I don't know what I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. It's like I don't even really like, as long as they don't deviate too much, I don't care. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, and he looks fine. All the other monsters look fine. Jet Jaguar looks like crap. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, but again, like I said, it's the Godzilla franchise, and just like you're handling this very well, and you're my friend, so I know you're cool about it. But there's like people online who's like, they betrayed Jet Jaguar, vengeance, my vengeance. You know, it's like, guys, like
people react when it comes to, you know, I'm still gonna see it. I'll put it that way. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look dumb enough that I'm going to boycott the movie or anything like that. That's, you know. That's an immature way to handle, you know. I'm a firm believer in the fact that if you think something looks stupid, then just don't see it. And I don't understand why people have to make a cottage industry off of, like, bagging about movies. Like, you remember, you know, when Captain Marvel was in, you know, previews, and everybody, like, all these people online hated it and all this other crap for various reasons. And then they make then they spend 2 years, like they spend a year making 1 million YouTube videos about why this movie's horrible and why you shouldn't see it, and then they wonder why the movie makes $1 billion. It's like, well, because you guys made 100,000 videos about it, and you wouldn't shut the hell up about talking. You know, you talked about it constantly, and there's no such thing as bad publicity, you morons. So please, like, what are you doing? It's like, I just, if I really thought it sucked, I just wouldn't see it. And it's like, well, I don't know. It's not a deal breaker for me. Put it that way. Like, I mean, I don't know. I still just every time I see him on screen, I'm just going to be like chuckling about how stupid he looks. But that's okay.
Yeah. So, Shay Smithers, no, we are definitely not talking about Titan AE. We're talking about another. We're not going to dwell on the mystery, but it is a CGI movie from the early 2000s. It looks terrible. The aliens are the good guy aliens are little floaty, big-eyed, plush toy looking things, and all the human characters who are more or less villains are basically military people in blue uniforms. So
it very much was a made for children.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I'm not even gonna get into it because I tried doing a search for animated movies similar to James Cameron and Avatar, and I just got a bunch of Avatar: The Last Airbender. So let's not even dwell on this. So,
well, I will take a look on IMDb while we're talking. So I'll see if I can
good
find
luck
it.
with that. So, but no, like getting back to what I was saying though. Like a lot of the Godzilla fans online are really pissed off. They think Jet Jaguar's been ruined. We'll never see a good version. And it's like I saw this one guy who was really getting pissed off about it. And I just like sarcastically says, "Dude, it's the Godzilla franchise. Wait a year, there'll be a new version of Jet Jaguar soon enough." And he was like, "Yeah, but we have to wait another 48 years." And then I listed off 7 different versions of Jet Jaguar who've appeared fairly recently. No reply whatsoever. But yeah, just wait a little bit. Something like, what is it? Godzilla Singular Point's coming out. Less than a couple of days later, King Godzilla vs. Kong's coming out. So we're okay.
Yeah, I mean, we are kind of still in the I think golden age of kaiju movies.
No, I think the golden age was definitely the 60s, but this is definitely like the best renaissance of kaiju we've had in a long time.
I would say so. I mean,
and especially if you just step out of Godzilla, it's like, what is it? Like 2018 was littered with all sorts of giant monster related projects. It was ridiculous. But
I mean, even the last 15 years, there's just been a lot,
Yeah, exactly. So
Cloverfield and Super 8. You ever see that movie Super 8? It was actually
I saw Super 8. It was okay. But then I'm not a big fan of like Abrams.
Still, I mean, it was not a bad movie at all.
Mm-hmm. Says you. Let's fight. No, I'm just joking.
Let's see, Kana the Prophecy, was that it?
No, that's not it. That I would recognize the name if you find it, but it definitely wasn't Kane. No, not Kano the Prophecy. That was more of a science fiction action movie with a lot of kung fu fighting.
That was a good one. That was a good movie, by the way. I think I actually have that on DVD also. But what else? What other stuff is coming out here? We got
Singular. Hold on. Let me see if I can get Brayton on board, because there is like hold on. Do you want to come aboard? Okay, I'm gonna bring in Brayton because there is, speaking of Abrams, there is something I do want to get your opinion, and if Cammy's okay with a voice cameo, I'd like to get her opinion on.
Yeah, I can ask her.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it when we get there. But let me see if I can add more people to the conversations.
Mm-hmm.
So change group DM. Select friends. You can add 7 more. Okay, sorry, I haven't been on Discord for a while. Okay, because I do want to bring in Brayton because we've never really had Helmut Caruso and the Crimson Roommate interact before in any of the live streams. And there is
Helmut Caruso.
Yeah, that's his name of his character from the Mystery Science Theater fan projects that you're a part of.
Nice.
Yeah, but no, I brought him in. If he comes in, great. If not, no big deal. But yeah, no, I did a whole list of all the different giant monster stuff that's coming out this year. But
just this year alone?
Just this year alone, because there's quite a bit coming out. But at the same time, I can't think of them off the top of my head, nor do I want to go into countless tangents. But yeah, it's like we got the King Kong animated series come out. We got tons of various comic books.
Yeah.
As far as there's the sequel to SSSS Gridman coming out, Gridman Dynan Xenon, which is coming out in April. So it's just wait a bit. You got tons of giant monster stuff coming. So
right on.
Yeah, and I'd love to talk about all of this, but I do want to mention though, I don't know if we're going. Hold on, let me check. Like Brayton's making a big deal about I can't multitask. Right.
There it is. Battle for Terra. That's what it's called.
Yes, that's the movie in question. Okay, yeah, I like. It's funny. I don't remember the movie, but I recognize the title. Battle of Terra is it. And
it has. It's very much like. It's basically what 2008 is when it came out. Oh no, 2007. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, see, early. Wow. So, yeah, again, very old, very crappy looking. But Battle for Terra, that was I think that was a movie that was made really independently, like Jet Jaguar.
Yeah.
And then it was released into theaters with little or no fanfare.
Yeah. So if any of you guys at home watching, if you've never seen this movie, it's not bad. It has essentially the same plot as the Godzilla anime. Kind of very, very similar plot. So, but it's also very similar to Avatar. Essentially, like you can see some direct parallels, like down to where like the planet they're on, they can't breathe the atmosphere. The human beings can't breathe the atmosphere on the planet. It's like it's a little too similar to be a coincidence. You know what I mean? And I'm surprised there hasn't been any kind of lawsuits or anything going on here.
Well, first off, the Battle for Terra people did this on such a low budget.
I mean, it's...
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you muted out there for a moment.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. But yeah. I mean, this was very much if you just do a Google on it and look at the images, you can see, it's, I mean, even for 2008, it's kind of VeggieTales looking, you know what I mean? The animation there kind of looks like a PlayStation 2, but it's really not bad. If you ever get a chance to watch it, it's a lot better than it looks. I'll put it that way. So
right. Okay, so Brayton, come aboard whenever you're ready, but we're not going to instantly stop the giant monster talk waiting for you. So we will change the subject a bit because I know you don't want to get into the kaiju stuff, but we're also not going to give you a racetrack and then wait for your car to show up. So I'm sorry if I sound a little.
What are we going to talk about, man? We don't talk about giant monsters. Seriously, what else is there?
Well, yeah. Well, it's first. Well, I was going to ask you though, and plus nobody's really watching it, so I can. Do you want me to make you I have HBO Max? I still have a DVD recorder. Do you want me to make you a DVD copy and then mail it to you Monday?
No, you don't have to do that.
Okay, all right.
I will legitimately pay for the to see the movie. That's cool.
Okay, but so you are thinking of getting a HBO Max for at least a month.
Well, I would want to support them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So well, here's the thing about HBO Max. It is a good service, but the thing is, the majority of its content is older movies and television shows. So if you wanted, there's a lot of classic monster movies and other older films you could get into. Unfortunately, in this day and age, there's a lot of people who don't care about older movies, as opposed to Netflix, where they're just dumping brand new material left and right because all the companies are pulling out of Netflix. So Netflix is making it's kind of similar to Dawn of the Dead, but it's not. But it's from the same director. And speaking of the dead, guess who's joined us?
Might I suggest a different strategy, gentlemen?
What is it, Grandpa General?
I don't want you to talk about Netflix. I want you to talk about tonight's banquet. I'm hungry. The name's Burr.
Raymond Burr.
Raymond Burr.
Isn't it Mr. Steve Martin?
No. I'm here to discuss the menu for tonight's banquet. Before we go on with this charade, know that 30 years ago they never found any leftovers. I'm a heavy eater. The name's Burr.
So what happened to your wife at the Rear Window apartment, Mr. Burr?
And another thing. I would like to sumo wrestle Orson Welles. Now, Orson, you name the place, you name the time, and I'll be there. And I'll put you down. Anyway, that's my Raymond Burr one-man show. I'm working on the finer details of it.
Right, you're going to wear a bodysuit, you're going to fill yourself up with donuts.
Yes.
Okay. So, I don't think we've ever had Brayton and Mark on the same show together, and if we have, I completely forgot.
We did. How you doing, man? I think we've kind of streamed before once.
We may have crossed paths at one point. I don't know. You've done so many of these, though. It's hard to. It's all a blur, a big blur of badness.
Well, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. I just took care of some things around the house. I've been listening in occasionally, listening to the Falderall. Raph, were you playing 8-bit music earlier over Mark's talking?
Yes, I was, because it matched so beautifully, but then I realized, wait, what if I want to isolate this audio? But I should have kept the gag up. So, but no, okay. you weren't having another one of your classic Raymond Burr style strokes. You did hear 8-bit music in the background there. So.
Oh, all right. Well, I was gonna say,
Okay.
Hopefully the 8-bit music doesn't get you in trouble, as my whistle music might.
Yeah. At this point, it's like, well, I ended up biting the bullet and flipping the bird to the skies by playing the music you made for this show, because every time I play it, I keep getting a not a copyright strike. What is it? A copyright warning?
A copyright claim, which is harmless.
Yeah, which is fairly harmless. It's like, screw it. If YouTube's going to be like this, just blah. So
it's like actually a copyrighted song that you
No, not. It's a jumble. It's a song plus musical sound effects, plus movie bits.
The algorithm thinks it's copyrighted, but it isn't.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what is claimed exactly, because I don't get the claims.
Here's the thing. Brayton made a title song for Livestream of Consciousness. When this stream is over, you can go back to the beginning and listen to it.
Pretty great.
Yeah, and it is pretty good. But it's basically, he took a song called Big Boss Man Big Boss Man. I think that's the name of the band. They took one of their songs, and he added a bunch of like funny sound effects and audio clips to it.
But it's recognized it. That's the problem.
Yeah, and I keep getting copyright claims because of it. But at the same time, screw YouTube. It's impossible, and plus it's too nice of a song not to use.
Have you ever gotten copyright claims on your little merry-go-round music you played for the commentary that one time? The Mighty Joe Young thing, or
no?
What other music have you played?
Thankfully, yeah. As far as the Mighty Joe Young thing, which I'm honestly shocked that got so many views, but then I think the algorithm was drunk that night.
Like Joe himself.
Yeah, just like Mighty Joe Young himself. We didn't get any copyright claims for that because it was a fairly public domain song. But then again, I wanted to use a public domain song for the Glue podcast's end credits, and oddly enough, we got threatened by getting not a copyright claim, but a full-on multi-country block for that one. It's like, what? This is like,
for what?
Yeah, I forgot what it was, but it was an old 1920s song.
Oh, that was your test thing that you did.
Yeah, exactly.
The blowing bubbles.
Blowing bubbles, yeah, an old song from
blowing bubbles.
Yeah, apparently it's an old song from the 20s that's supposed to be in the public domain. But I guess that original version has some sort of copyright claim. But then again, it's like your troubles with Little Red Riding Hood and the Monsters, that which, by the way, would be a great subject to get into. I know Mark would be interested to hear our thoughts on that movie.
It sucks.
Yeah. Okay.
I've never actually seen it myself. Actually, I've heard about it.
Yeah. It's a Little Red Riding Hood and Tom Thumb and a talking skunk rescues an ogre and a wolf from an army of monsters.
Yeah, it has a definite Sid and Marty Krofft vibe with them running around like the woodland set kind of like Lidsville, kind of like Puffin stuff, a little bit in art design. The creatures in that movie, Raph, oh my god. I mean, it's just schlubby guys painted green with bad wigs on. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Except for the main roster.
So this is another sort of Z grade movie from like the 60s or something, right?
Yeah, a Mexican import from one of K. Gordon Murray's imports.
Yeah, it's not really Z grade because the history was that the producers of the movie, the original Mexican producers, they had a lot of success doing these lavish live action fairy tale movies, lavish for a B movie budget for Mexican cinema in the 60s. So yeah,
and this was kind of a crossover movie. This was actually a real crossover movie because there had been several Little Red Riding Hood movies and a Tom Thumb movie, and the characters from both of those movies cross over and converge in this, like the Big Bad Wolf and the Ogre.
Yeah, so it's like the Avengers Endgame for crappy Mexican family fantasy movies.
Yeah, and well,
when you run out of things to watch is when you're watching stuff like this.
Well, no. So I hear it was actually extremely popular in Mexico because it got played a hell of a lot on TV in Mexico. Right. So a lot of people over there have heard about this thing. It has quite the following. Yeah, but no, it's weird with the copyright with his movies though. The K. Gordon Murray collection.
Yeah.
But it's bogus because it's the bogus companies who are offering the copyright strikes or copyright claims. Like if you do 2 seconds of research into any of these companies, they're like the one that I got a strike on for that was some radio company in Mexico, like nothing to do with films or television or anything. It was some fly-by-night radio company.
Yeah, they don't, right. So yeah, that's kind of the problem with YouTube is that once you get a strike like that, you don't really have any recourse. All you can really do is you can dispute it, and then it'll just come back, either yes or no. And if it comes back no, like these people that say that own it say they still own it, there's nothing you can do, and they'll either they'll put ads on your video that go to them, which is BS, or else you'll have to take the video down or whatever, which is also BS.
Yeah.
And that's just that really sucks. I mean, that happened to me a couple of times on my channel too, and it's like, there really is no recourse for you as a creator to like appeal it or anything, like you can't and even sometimes it'll be stuff that you have permission for. Like I've heard about people who create their own music and the algorithm like misidentifies it as belonging to someone else, and like trying to call someone from YouTube or get a hold of an actual human being is like impossible. So it'll be like, oh, this is music that I own that someone else has claimed a strike against me, and I wrote it, I performed it, yet I'm not allowed to put it online because of this algorithm is incorrect. You know what I mean? So it really is kind of messed up. Like they need they need to have some kind of way for a creator to address this, and some kind of process to go through where an actual human being gets online and you can talk to them. Yeah,
there's no winning with automated drones. So I don't think, Raph, you're ever gonna get that undone. But I mean, another thing you could do is just have original or compose your own original music. Pick up a kazoo, go to town.
I have thought about doing like a cappella versions of various songs, but
a cappella, is that a singing mobster from the 1930s?
You know what I'm talking about. What is it? The correct terminology? A cappella. A cappella.
Yeah.
A cappella.
I'm no musician myself, but yeah, just go get a Casio keyboard or something, and
do the keyboard cat thing.
Well, we did the sexy jellyfish. That was a success.
Did you get a copyright thing on the sexy jellyfish?
No, but what song did you use to complement that? But by the way,
I don't remember.
Yeah, for context, I made up this stupid song called "Sexy Jellyfish" about a jellyfish that is trying to make its way through college by becoming an exotic dancer. And Brayton made an actual song for it. I made a small video of it. So
well, you had an original song version of you just doing the doing the bits rap. You sent me numerous of those things, all of them terrible. But that one I thought, well, you could make something weird and off about off of this.
Uh-huh.
So that was born, for
Right.
better or worse. The
Speak-
Sexy
Are you a
Jellyfish
musician
song.
too, Brighton?
Huh?
Are you a musician also?
Oh no.
Oh no.
No, not by any means.
Sorry.
I played piano for the longest time, and I can still noodle at keys occasionally. When I was, because I learned that when I was a kid. But I wouldn't call myself a professional musician by any stretch of the imagination. Little things here and there, dipping my toe in orchestra and that sort of thing in school. So, yeah, I'm not. I can't compose. I can't. I can sort of form and edit and remix music fairly enough and mix things, but actually coming up with something original, that's that would take a lot of time. I mean, another thing, Raph, just there are sites where people you could contact to do music for you, like Fiverr or something.
Huh.
Drop $5 in someone's lap and get something overnight.
Well, you know what? Just Google duty-free music, and there's all kinds of sites out there that you could just straight up use.
Duty free? Did they use a pooper scooper before they gathered these songs?
Exactly. They have diapers on their songs, but no, still.
Okay.
There are like straight up free like websites with like straight up free music, and all they want is like some credit on your video or something like.
Mm-hmm.
You can find those. Or else you can just pay a guy, find some starving artist dude and pay him $100 to make you a jingle.
Yeah. We'll see. It's like who's that one? Aaron, the guy who does the instrumental music for your Mystery Science Theater credits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
What about
he is a musician. What do you want to know?
Is he up for commissions? Because he does good work. I wouldn't mind.
No. I don't.
Okay.
He's not. No, he's a very busy guy. He's on numerous indie film projects right now, scoring things.
Okay. Good. Yeah. Good for him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. He does Our Little Pony show as a favor, because I've known him through like different projects we worked on similarly, like as a voice actor and him as a musician for.
Yeah.
And have spun a sort of camaraderie from those things. So.
Okay. Quick aside. Shay Smithers says, pleased to meet you, Mr. Burr. I always thought of you. You did great on Rear Window.
Yes. I was the best part of that film. Although, I'd like to offer another challenge. Alfred Hitchcock, 3-way sumo wrestling contest. You, me, and Orson. Once and for all.
Don't talk about sumo wrestling challenges.
I don't want to talk about that. I came to talk about the buffet.
There's a buffet on the
appetite-
table. Throw it into
My
your mouth.
appetite is like a hurricane or a typhoon or a small dachshund.
Or Godzilla. I'm sorry. I'm starting
You
to get
must try to communicate with it. Try to understand it.
Chippy Hendren. That's I'm getting my Tim Curry impression mixed
See,
up with my
you
Alfred Hitchcock.
you were raining on my impression by doing your horrible Tim Curry Alfred Hitchcock mashup impression.
Yeah. I'm too high on sparkling water to be thinking straight. Let's see. What's the sugar intake? 0. God damn it! I'm wrong.
You're saying sparkling water has no sugar in it? I don't believe you.
No. I literally have it here, and if I had a camera connected, I could show it off. So I can take pictures though. Yeah, let's
Okay, Brad, I believe you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, please don't.
You don't need to document your soda choices. It's cool.
It's sparkling water. It's carbonated water. It's not soda.
Raph, you don't have to apologize, man. We understand.
So speaking of bad choices, so so recently we've noticed that the second episode of Mystery Science Theater versus Gamma Round 2, where we poke fun at sound more excited, Brayton. Don't worry, this is a monster talk.
I was there.
Yeah, your video suddenly got a massive surge in views these last week or 2 weeks.
Yeah, these past the middle of last week is when it started. And I'm happy. I'm not. It's just a little odd that I've gained right now I'm sitting at 126 or 7, or no, not 100. 626 or 7 subscribers, I think.
Mhm.
Let me check real quick. Yeah, 600 and yeah. But I was at what? I was at 500 like 2 weeks ago. So I don't know where the extra 125 or 226 people spanned from in like a week's time, and it all happened at once.
Yeah, and the views.
So I assume someone had to share it someplace or something like on Twitter, or one of the original cast members made a public statement of, okay, we're taking these guys to court or something, and maybe that spun some interest. But you know, it's nice. It's just a little out of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, in addition to your subscribers, the view count is going crazy. You're almost to like 10,000, 10 million on the Jiker episode.
10 million.
Well, somewhere close to 10. I know you're about to get out of the 9 points.
10 cajillion, 10 Google. Yeah, I'm one of them's over 10,000. One of them's close to it. Which is nice, you know. I don't have much to say about it because it's just sort of weird. People, it's just weird. I'm weird at taking compliments. I really am grateful for all of it, but it's just a little overwhelming.
Yeah. Mark, there was a time a leprechaun showed up out of a bush and gave Brayton here a bag of money, and he says, "You deserve it, my boy, because in deep down your kind of heart." And Brayton just pulled out a knife and just stabbed the little poor guy to death. And he threw the money in the lake, and it's like, I can't handle compliments. He walked away, and we had.
I know you live in Los Angeles, and it's a little weird out there, but I'm sorry, I don't accept bags of money from random small diminutive people popping out of bushes.
That happens all the time in Los Angeles, man.
Yeah.
If you walk the street, leprechauns jump out of nowhere. They just hold you down. They shove money in your pockets. You know.
Yeah,
I believe.
It's like, no, take my money. Everywhere.
Yeah.
Random gangs of leprechauns hiding in the bushes.
They broke into my house and they fixed my tax rebate and they made me a millionaire. It was scary.
Running around stealing your underwear, leaving money all over the place. That's totally authentic. But anyway.
Okay, so Leprechaun's a joke. Yeah, so that's a new thing about live stream consciousness. We're going to try to fit in a Leprechaun joke every episode. So. But no,
angry letters.
Yeah, that is true. The leprechaun population is getting tired of how it's like recently, like Lucky Charms. That's like they boycott the character because Leprechaun said he was too much of a racial stereotype or species stereotype. And with that says, Frank Azaria is not going to be doing the voice of Lucky the Lucky Charms leprechaun anymore.
Oh, rats! Oh, darn.
There's this
who's gonna do it? Conan O'Brien? Someone really Irish? Who are they gonna get?
No, they're gonna get the leprechaun who pilots the Conan O'Brien robot suit. So yeah, so.
I always thought a really excitable fox was piloting Conan O'Brien, but I mean it could be a leprechaun.
Honest John, you found me out.
Hey man, freaking when's episode 3 coming?
Well, as soon as I can get to it. Here is the thing.
The question here. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. Here's the thing. Which is weird about all of the influx of people. Episode 3 is something because of the pandemic we haven't been able to get to, just for the safety of everybody involved and the scale. You know, the bigger scale that I want to shoot for with episode 3. But episode 3 is going to look a hell of a lot better than the first 2 episodes because we're working on building actual, or more specifically, I'm working on building actual models for the show, so I don't have to pathetically reuse footage from the original show and try to pass it off as my own.
Right.
So we're building like a spaceship model and a doorway sequence, and I built the moon for it. Nice. So a lot of work is going into episode 3. And I need to make a video or something where I can just put it out there and link it to people who are asking, because I still get emails from people thinking that we're quitting, or that we've just given up on it, which is definitely not the case.
Yeah, a little follow-up video would be a big help. But yeah, it's well. First off, we've gotten all the writing work done on it, haven't we?
It's in pre-production. I just have explained that like time and time again to different commenters everywhere. No, it's not.
I didn't even expose the wound there, but you know,
No. I have my own little neuroses, but yeah, episode 3 is definitely in the works, and I just want everybody to know that a lot of since with the pandemic we haven't been able to get to it because I can't do it all by myself. We need hands on deck. We want everybody to be safe and cool. Andre doesn't have to do anything. That man, you have to do things. You and Mark have to be together.
Yeah, and
We want
unfortunately,
you guys to be safe.
yeah, and it's like we're separated because of the pandemic and the lockdown, and not only that, but
And legally separated for many.
yeah. Thank you for that restraining order, Mark.
Yeah.
Well, you know, stay away from my chrysanthemums.
He's
I learned
He's
your there.
he's keeping the robe and the tinfoil Cyberman hat, Raph.
Garden, I take that thing seriously, man. Can't be a
Yeah.
pumpkins. But anyway, no, but for real, yeah, I understand. You know, it's really not safe to have people together. You know,
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts that people need to be in close proximity for. And the crew of what we do is just basically family and friends. People who I really care about, and I don't want to put them in, harm's way.
you know, you could
Or myself in harm's way, or anybody.
kind of put that into the plot. You know, the idea that there's a pandemic on the satellite of love and
Ah,
Zoom meeting kind of thing. I don't
see,
know.
that might get too real.
Yeah, and not only that, but it's like I think because this might be the last episode we do, although we do have plans.
Yeah.
We definitely want to kind of go all out. So I think ending the episode with like a meta Zoom joke and looking as bad as half the talk shows that were on television recently. I think that
it's just going to end with me and the robot singing Imagine into a telephone, and then that'll solve all the problems. And then we'll explode. It'll be a happy ending.
Right. So
because I'm gonna offer up a new phrase that you've never heard as a soundbite here during this whole thing.
Okay.
But we're all in this together.
You're right.
I
heard that.
You've never heard that yet? Yeah, I just want to.
Also, may I add on to that?
Don't I look like a fucking philosopher now that I said that?
Thanks for the F word. Now, let me add on to that point, guys.
Philosopher starts with a P, Raph.
Shut up. Let me.
Go ahead, Raph. Continue.
We live in a society. Yes, dog. Say the mind is blown music. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, it's perfectly understandable. Yeah, you want it to be good, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh.
And in the meantime, between the second episode and this third one, I think I've learned a lot about how to film things. So it's going to I want to just promise everybody it's going to be worth the wait. We feel really good about it.
Yeah.
It's going to be another movie.
Yes, it'll be the last Gamera movie ever. Thank God, no more.
Yeah,
I can't take another one.
Yeah, it's like we briefly thought about doing Gamera the Brave, but yeah, we decided not to.
No, we didn't.
I'm lying, of course. So,
which Gamera movie is it going to be?
Gamera Super Monster.
Oh God!
Basically, all Gamera movies mashed up and regurgitated into one.
For real? Okay.
Yeah, it's we've watched it many a times. I've watched it about 12,000 times, so I'll only have to watch it about 1,400 more. And then that's going to be a fun one to put behind us, because it gets really, really just depressing, the laziness in that movie.
They were kind of not even trying with that one.
No, 75% of it is just the other Gamera movies and crappy Star Wars knockoffs. The crappy Superman knockoffs. It's just really depressing, sad non-conclusion to the Gamera franchise. And gosh darn it, he deserved something a little better. Maybe not a lot better.
I was disappointed that they never actually. It didn't take off again after Gamera the Brave.
Yeah.
There would be sequels to that, and then you got that sort of trailer a few years ago for something that looked really cool, and that turned out to not be anything.
Yeah.
It's kind of disappointing. That one trailer where it shows them fighting the Gauss or whatever.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure if that was a trailer for an actual project or just something to celebrate like an anniversary, but
It turned out to not be anything for any actual film or whatever. It just sort of
so far all the evidence points that was just an anniversary short film, nothing more, nothing less. It's like,
because it actually looked really good. It's like, damn, I would totally go see that movie.
Mhm.
So that was kind of sad that there's really nothing happening with Gamera right now. It's kind of gone dormant, the franchise. So,
but hey, at least we're keeping the flame alive, right, guys?
by mercilessly poking fun at it. Yes.
Well, here's go on.
No, I've grown to have a very antagonistic relationship with this creature.
Still though, I think I kind of like Gamera a lot more than Godzilla and Kong right now because I'm not hearing all the fanboys whine about it.
Oh, sure, because no one cares. So that's the good thing about Gamera is no one cares. That's what has made me turn my back to be overdramatic on the Godzilla franchise. Is just the people the fans of it, not the movie so much themselves. My thing with the movie, I've just kind of grown interested in other things, but the fans just really sour the whole mess.
Oh, I know.
So yeah, there's no fans of Gamera, so that's a positive.
Yeah, we three don't count because it's like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe. It doesn't matter how many life forms fill the universe. The universe is so massive that technically the universe will always be empty and devoid of life. There's a lot of people out there.
I struggle to say I'm not a Gamera fan by any means. I'm sorry, but his movies suck. So, and I know because you can have these people who say, "Oh, they're not so bad." No, when you've watched Gamera versus Virus as many times as I have, and Jiger, to where you can literally just spin off the top of your head the entire film by memory, line for line. I've examined those movies, every nook and cranny. I'm like one of those people who come and examine buildings for like safety hazards and that sort of thing, looking at every little possible pipeline that may be out of place. Yeah, his movies are terrible. They're at least in the original series, there's not a good one in the bunch.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
That's okay.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god, you missed some funny stuff. Basically, we're talking about like we like Gamera, but
Gamera sucks a lot.
Yeah, it's like loving Gamera to me is like cheering for a baseball team who's never won.
The Gamera movies always were kind of like really, really cheap. Like first one, like I guess the first one is probably the best, like as far as like budgets and it actually was kind of semi serious, even though how serious can you take a flying
well, that's the thing. That's what I don't like. That's what I don't like is about the sort of crossover between there's some Godzilla fans trying to invade the Gamera fan base or whatever. Is they want Gamera to be serious and dark and stuff. And that's why I hate the Heisei movies for all the technical wizardry that they have, which I can respect. It's just that's not a thing that you treat that way. You don't Zack Snyder Gamera. It's a fucking flying turtle. That's why I admire the childish, whimsy, frivolous fun of some of the Gamera Showa movies, rather than having 1,400 Godzilla fans trying to examine it and make it be metaphors for Japanese strife or something. It's a flying turtle movie who flies around. There's some kids who sing songs. It's a fun time, and you listen to the people who made it, and that's all they ever meant it to be. And I appreciate the non-pretentiousness of that.
The Godzilla movies were never serious either, except for the very, very first one.
No, yeah.
All the other ones are goofy. Like even Godzilla Raids Again is pretty goofy. You know what I mean?
And everyone wants to pretend though that they're as serious as the original one. Where it's like a thing where they just can't accept a movie being fun, where they just have to suck and devoid all the fun out of it, and what I like to call go spelunking for subtext, where everything has to have a meaning. everything has to
We
be. No,
live
you
in a
don't
society.
understand. You don't understand.
Grimdark, and
Yeah, there's something. And when half of these movies were on double bills with like Popo's Fun Adventure, and it's yeah, and they're and I got some white teenage kid in his parents' basement lecturing me about how this is a post-war Japan metaphor that Godzilla and Gabra are doing kung fu to each other in a forest somewhere. Yeah, okay, I buy that. So yeah, I
essentially kids movies is what they were,
yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. So that's what I hate about the people who are almost like, there's a weird sense of denial and sense of, there's just the pretentiousness I can't stand of, oh no, we have to pretend that these movies are more than what they are. No, just accept them for what they are and like them or don't and get on with yourself.
Yeah, it's a similar situation. Yeah, it's a similar situation with like Batman fans and the fact that they can't stand that the Adam West show exists and that the Adam West show did more for Batman's exposure and popularity to this day than the more serious, dark, and scary Batman stuff that they prefer.
That show kind of solidified Batman into the pop culture.
Yeah, exactly.
Was the first big exposure that pretty much most people got.
Yeah.
Before that, on film, it was Batman fighting Dr. Daka in his Japanese empire underworld.
But there wasn't that. Those serials came out 20 years before. You know what I mean? So really, most people, when you think Batman, you think Adam, Zap Pow, and Rusted Metal Batman and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it was for 30 years until the Tim Burton came out,
And none of that
most people, when they think Batman, they still think that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And consider this, nobody, everyone makes a big deal about Batman has the greatest rogue gallery, and that is true, but a lot of those villains nobody would have given a crap about Catwoman or the Riddler or the Penguin or the Joker if the 66 series didn't use those characters often and played really well by various actors. It's like, oh my goodness. Yeah.
That's what made them famous, was that show. Mm-hmm. Totally.
But yeah, no, I'm happy that it's like I personally do like Gamera a lot as a character, but yeah, it's hard to sit through some of his movies, which is weird because I kind of rediscovered and refell in love with Gamera vs. Jiger because of the work we did on that episode. But we got Super Monster coming up.
Why'd you get that one? By the way, just as an aside, why did you choose to work on that one rather than
Well, no. The goal was to do the final 3 classic era Gamera films not featured on the original Mystery Science Theater 3000, and these are what we had to work with. These were the leftover scrap, in the pile.
Okay, so they made an episode with this, so that's why you guys chose it.
Right. Yeah, right. I like to think it chose us. But no, Jiger, the middle one is definitely the best of the bunch because it's basically every Gamera movie mushed into one, but it's very efficient. The plot moves along, it doesn't drag at all. The kids have stuff to do, the adults have stuff to do. It's very competent. It was the last time they really tried, and then Zegra came along and Super Monster came along, and it was just a big drop.
A lot of that can be blamed with the Dai Studios and just how poorly ran that company was. Literally, it got so bad towards the end of during the early 70s. Every day they didn't know if people were going to go to work and then get fired, or if they're going to call bankruptcy that day. And of course, infamously, when Dai Studios closed officially in 1972, there was a small riot where pissed off workers actually destroyed all or at least the majority of the Gamera props, or so they said. Yeah, that's how bad it got. So,
and you look at a grainy photo and zoom in 100 times, and it's me smashing Gamera's head in with a Louisville Slugger.
Wow, I had no idea it was all that stuff was lost to history.
Yeah,
that's too bad.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff about the history of Dai Studios itself should be its own podcast, which is something I want to get Patrick Galvin on board, because it's a crazy story in its own right. Like numerous.
So,
Go on.
I read somewhere that they were filming a movie about killer rats, and what they did is they went and got real sewer rats.
Yeah.
And like diseases and stuff, and then they
like I said, we're not gonna get. Yeah, we're not gonna get too much into monster talk right now, because there's some Mystery Science Theater stuff I want to talk with Brayton here and you.
Oh.
But yeah,
can we talk about HBO? Can we talk about HBO Max? I just got HBO, or have you guys covered that?
Yeah, no, we can talk about your experiences with it, because so far every time
we just got it this week.
Yeah, every time I try to pimp out HBO Max, people are like, "But it's not Netflix or Disney Plus. Where's my WandaVision?" But anyways, jokes aside. Yeah, let me read Shay Smithers' recent comments to Brayton.
Smithers.
Yeah, Brands and Films, the YouTuber Titan Goji recently gave you a shout out on channels which he watches that may had something to do with your surge in views. Okay, because I know he gave us a shout out in his little Gamma retrospective, but Titan Goji is very popular on Twitter, so I can see what happens. He probably recommended your whole channel and everyone just went with the Jiger episode. Shay Smithers, yeah, he continues, it's weird. It's weird, you think with the recent resurgence of popularity in kaiju movies that whoever currently has the rights to Gamera would want to get in on the fun. I really wish Mystery Science Theater would have riffed Godzilla vs. Hedorah. They would have had a field day with that one. So, but yeah,
you did a commentary on Godzilla vs. Hedorah you can find on this channel.
Yeah, it's like, oh wow, I'm liking this. Oh wow, look at this. But no, I do want to do a serious audio commentary for like the Godzilla movies that never received good audio commentaries, especially since I love audio commentaries when they're like meaty and informative. But it sucks when you get like an audio commentary and it just sucks because like either the guy has no idea what he's talking about, or worse, they hire somebody who completely, I don't. That's a whole different thing. But what was like?
Sounds like our past audio commentaries, Raph.
Yeah, but that's done with love from a place of mockery. It's like a really bad audio commentary is one where the people barely talk in it, like the Wachowski's audio commentary for The Matrix. Let me do a little impression of it. So that's Keanu Reeves and he's going to a dark place. Yeah, he was good to work with. 18 minutes later, those robots were hard to animate.
Keanu Reeves doing a par 5. He's looking to get a hole in one here.
Yeah. Do you want to become a woman? Sure. Wachowski brothers. No, the Wachowski brothers. They had a sex change.
Are you trying to say Wachowski?
Yeah, I was trying to say Wachowski. Yeah, they're both the Wachowski sisters now. But no, that was literally their audio commentary of The Matrix. It's like, yeah, this is nice. Yeah. Or worse, you get the opposite end where the commentary is so flippant. I got the Blu-ray for At the Earth's Core, one of my favorite adventure monster movies from the 70s. And they had the director of the Earth's Core, but whoever they had moderating the conversation...
The director of the Earth's Core. It's really hot down here.
Can I go home? Where's cold? No. Yeah.
I was trying to find hell and I got lost.
So the director himself is this is how the audio commentary goes between the director of At the Earth's Core and whoever the hell they got as the moderator. All right, so I'm the director of At the Earth's Core. That's right. So you made this movie, correct? Yeah. So it's like, was it hard directing? Is directing a really hard job? Well, you see, it's like, anyways, why is Doug McClure with a perm? Was perms popular back in the 70s? Well, no, you see Doug McClure, it's like, oh, wow, that's a big drill machine. Was the drill machine made of real metal or was it one of those cardboard models? Well, cardboard doesn't. Anyways, well, look at that stupid dinosaur. Why did you have dinosaurs in this movie? Well, the original book is like, I don't understand why movies have dinosaurs in it. Oh god, that's ridiculous. What's the monster's name called? Anyways, well, on the set we put, anyways, look over there. What's that? Why is the sky pink?
Well, imagine trying to do a full audio commentary with Jack Hodgson. That sounds terrible. I imagine a little kid like with a paddle ball thing, like bouncing it off the poor director's head, mercifully.
Yeah, but no, that's literally the audio commentary at the Earth's core, and I had to stop it like 15 minutes in because it was that annoying. Like, I don't know who the hell they found to be the moderator for that. It'd be like it's like doing 2001 with a person who doesn't believe in the existence of outer space. So it's like, why is it so black? I don't understand what's going on. So
That'd be hilarious if you get like a
no, it wouldn't.
you know.
Well,
Someone-
you have the opposite of that with Mickey Rooney's Twilight Zone commentaries.
Oh yeah,
To where the moderator is really into it and really excited about it, but Mickey Rooney's like,
I don't know. Who gives a crap about this old crap? Where's my oatmeal?
so I feel for some moderators, but no, commentaries are a hard thing to do. It seems for some people.
Yeah, and we actually put a lot of work in what we do. We watch things like
You mean the commentaries we've done for the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? We put a lot of work into that.
No, obviously that's done on the fly, but we're good at riffing, and we're pretty, especially when we actually like the movie. It's like the audio commentary, the live watch we did for Monster Squad did not go well, but for various reasons. Although I did love that you showed mercy and you came on board, and halfway into it you had the immortal lines while just watching the movie. Wow, I hate this.
Well, the kids are just so unpleasant.
Yeah.
Wait, so that's the one with the kids. It's like the Goonies, but with the Universal monsters. Is that
with monsters?
Yes, yeah.
right? God, I haven't seen that forever. Jeez. Didn't that like not get a DVD release for like a long time or something?
Yes. Yeah, for a very long time. It had a special edition, but then it turned out
I do have the DVD of that where there's an extra feature of the Frankenstein guy who plays him in full makeup, and I remember him calling like the Dracula actor a prick or something. That's all I remember about the DVD. And it must have been done on the set because he's in full Frankenstein garb.
Right.
Literally the only thing I remember about that movie is the fat kid who shoots the creature from the Black Lagoon. Forest, like
yeah,
that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Dracula calls a little girl a bitch. They kick the Wolfman in the nuts.
So the black guy dies because 1980 movies were written by suburban racists.
Yeah, people of color always were the sacrificial victim in every single monster movie.
Yeah, it's like it's like in Hollywood they say write what you know. Well, if that's true, then a lot of Hollywood writers hate black people and want to secretly murder every stripper and hooker they've ever been with, and they have family issues and they have terrible father issues and can't relate to their children. So.
Hey, it was the 1980s, man.
Yeah, it's still
magic.
Yeah, but. Anyways, no. What we did with Super Monster is that we actually watched it multiple times. There's multiple audio commentaries, both on my channel and in the Great Brayton archives. And we actually do our work. We pick the best bits. It's like I'm honestly proud of the work we do. But with all that planning, though, there's the opposite of improv, and this was what I wanted to get to. I'm happy that you're together. Mark,
what?
I'm sorry, zoned out because I don't care what you're saying, fat boy.
I'm paying attention. What?
Okay.
Yeah, I was paying attention and I got lost.
Welcome to Raph's Mr. Wild Ride. Mark, you becoming the Crimson Roommate in our series. How do you feel about that? Because that was kind of done on the fly, and I'll explain. Because originally, the gag was supposed to be the same, where somebody comes in and reveals that the Crimson Weirdo isn't this magnificent wizard. He's just a guy, a nerd in his room with toys. But it was originally supposed to be my brother Gabe. But then it's like you had a much better standing set than anything I could have in my house. Plus, you actually had a working camera.
You mean he had a much cooler room?
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, yeah, there's no way I can do the insert shots with Gabe. And plus, I felt sorry because I'm using your camera and you have nothing to do with this. So it's like, Mark, you want to be in the film, and that's how you ended up becoming the Crimson Roommate, to Mark the Crimson.
Yeah,
Roommate.
Mark's quickly become one of my favorite parts of that entire thing. just because he's the only normal one amongst these weirdos, and his whole shtick is wanting to be the Crimson Weirdo's sidekick. So the normal guy is willing to jeopardize his normalness for being a weirdo.
No, seriously, I'm just happy to be a part of it. I mean, seriously.
You're wonderful. You're a wonderful addition.
Try to do anything, you know. You can have me wearing a gorilla suit and shoving a banana in my butt or whatever, and I'll totally do it. So, you know.
Well, you can careful what you say on recording because I can hold you to certain things.
Yeah, but
prefer not. You understand?
Yeah, but no, you worked out beautifully because, like, there's something in comedy that you rarely see, especially in these days. The funny straight man, the person who is a straight man, but he's still very hilarious in his own right. I think that's what, like, Abbott and Costello, the tall guy, is that Abbott, or I keep getting their names wrong?
Yes, that's Abbott.
Lou Abbott. Yeah, it's like he's not as wacky or as crazy as Lou Costello, but he's still very funny in his own right. And Mark,
he has a character. He's a funny con man.
Yeah, exactly. and I love how it's like kind of a bully, but also an endearing relationship the two have, especially from that one movie where they meet the Keystone Cops. But with Mark, you're great because, yeah, it's you can like, you had a little bit of hesitation in the first part, but then it's like in the second part, it's like, oh, Raph, you're in trouble because Aunt MacGuffin is angry. It's like you really got into the role, and then of course, like every.
I like how he swings the door open.
Exactly.
Oh, you said open the door to Hades this time, Raph. Yeah, and then the second episode, you know, he sees that Crimson Weirdo is doing a little video, and he wants to be a part of it. He's got his own flashlight and everything.
Yeah. And you you did really good in that one too, Mark. Especially the part where it's like you can bear. I love it, the Cyberman thing. I'm so happy because originally I had the elaborate plan that we'd make a homemade, crappy, Swedish version of a Cyberman. Because I was gonna get foil, I was gonna get like a can of silver paint. We were just gonna have you wear like cardboard and make you look like a proper Cyberman made of junk. But it's like, no, let's keep, like, thankfully we just no, dog. No.
Raph, by the way, everybody watching from home, Raph came up with all this stuff, so you know, I'm just glad that I could, you know, play the part. So thank you.
Yeah, but no, we like you very much. And more to the point, sorry about that. The dog is a big Dalek fan. He hates it when I mention Cybermen. But no, it's like you're a good addition. I'm glad we brought you aboard because I feel sorry though because the Crimson Weirdo is such an asshole when he's around you, Mark.
That's the funny dynamic. Mark is the normal one trying to fit in with this big weirdo, and the big weirdo thinks that the normal guy's the weirdo. See, it's a reversal.
So, speaking of which, didn't you say you were going to buy a new camera, Raph? I don't know. Did you get one yet?
No, but my brother Miguel and his and my sister-in-law Krista, they gave me a camera. So
did you film your little Parent Trap thing, Raph?
I worked on the set today, and I'm going to be filming it tomorrow because we got a rainstorm coming in this week on Tuesday, so I got to film everything. But no, I had to clean up the backyard, cut down a tree in order to make fake bushes to fill the background.
Well, like John Henry, but with an axe.
Yeah.
Cut down that tree.
What is this you're talking about? Is this a new project that you're working on, or?
You know, SRC Cinema, the people who've been recently in a lot of those obscure monster movies like Rega and I've been asked to help contribute to their latest release, Zillafoot, which is like a crappy homemade mutant Bigfoot movie.
Wow, what are you doing?
Well, I helped design the title sequence. That's why I asked if I could use your Gorgon Golasaurus monster.
Oh, yeah, that's what that's for. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to be doing some additional dialogue sequences to fill in some of the weird stock footage bits. I might ask you to come on board for that, Mark.
Sure.
But no, there's a sequence where the Crimson Weirdo meets Detective Dirty McCruption, and obviously I'm playing both roles because I tried getting my brother Miguel on board, and he said no because he didn't want to deal with the pandemic. He didn't want to do any interaction for a long amount of time due to the pandemic. So now I have to film it all by myself. So Brayton's going to do some additional editing so we can do a Parent Trap camera trick where I'm literally talking to myself. But yeah, I'm going to be getting a haircut tomorrow morning. And I'm going to be filming the Crimson Weirdo and the Dirty McCruption yelling at each other in the backyard. So
Nice.
yeah, so
And won't that be fun for your neighbors?
yeah, well, that my neighbors, they're used to hearing weird noises from the Gonzalez backyard.
On what's it called? Zillafoot?
Zillafoot, yeah. You might be able to find some information about it, but it was originally just an hour-long movie. But in order to release it, they're asking a bunch of fans to contribute 90 minutes, and I'm like one of the last people to be filming their sequences. But
That's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
Wow.
So this will be the second giant monster movie that'll have my name on the credits. So even knowing that I'm not the star or anything, but yeah, I can't talk too much about it. But yeah, I got to film those sequences before Tuesday because after that it's going to be raining for at least a day or two, if not a whole week here in Los Angeles. And
Filming it outside.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. So, but no,
Dude, that's awesome.
Thank you.
Wow.
So it's like, but no. It's like, what? How do you feel about Mark the Crimson Roommate? Let's be all actor studio and ask for your opinion of the character.
I am just happy to be part of it. I'm not really sure where we could take him.
It's just Mark. What do you want?
Sorry, I said this was like the actor studio, so let me react to what Mark just says. Oh, how heavenly the sirens of influence have spoken upon thee. You are such a brilliant man, Mr. Mark Rivers.
Not a very good actor. I've never acted in anything ever.
Humble is the cherub of heaven who has blessed us with his acting talent.
Not that I've never wanted to. I mean, I think, how hard can it be, obviously, but I don't know. I've always wanted to actually make a movie. Like, in fact, years and years ago, me and Raph kind of had a plan to make a little short film, and we never, continued it.
Mm-hmm.
And one of these days, I would love to pick it back up again,
We definitely will, and not too long, too, but more, yeah.
Wrote a script and everything, and I don't know, it's just sort of like, we've got the equipment, you know what I mean? We've got the software, and although it's probably not a good idea to get together and film stuff right now, like, if we don't do it, like, when? You know what I mean? Like, if you don't do it now, when are you going to do it?
Yeah,
right? So,
yeah.
I've just been thinking a lot about stuff like that lately, and I'd love to actually just get a project going, because right now I'm like kind of in between large projects right now. I'm like, I have my YouTube channel and stuff, but I don't really have anything large that I'm working on, like long term, kind of thing. It's like, fuck it, I have like everything I need to make a movie. It's like, want to make a movie. So I don't know, just kind of thinking about like, how would you film something today in the environment that we're in, where you can't really work with people like closely, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how would you do it? It would have to be something that you could do in pieces, with green screens and stuff like that. So I don't know. I mean, if I come up with a proposal, I will definitely get you involved in it, Raph. But
yeah, no, I want to film so much stuff too, but yeah, this pandemic really put, like, again, we can't really film anything because yeah, we got to keep a distance, and more to the point, a lot of the people I know who are intelligent don't want to film even in safe circumstances. Again, my brother Miguel completely flat out refused being in this movie simply on the basis he didn't want to be, any contact with other people. But
is he just like self-isolating at home, or?
Yeah, he is. Other than the fact that he's an essential worker, so that's another reason he doesn't want to be spending time with other people. So because he doesn't want to get us in trouble if he has something from the job he works at. So hence the reason hence the reason I'm playing two characters yelling at himself. So.
So wait, does he actually he has a job where he has to like interact with the public?
Yeah, I can't go into too much detail, but it's definitely one of those jobs that don't close down simply because there's a pandemic. So
I'm lucky. I get to do Zoom meetings and work from my bedroom. So I'm very lucky that I haven't even like been to my office yet. You know, like they hired me a few months ago, and I'm just sort of like I haven't even met anybody in real life yet. It's just all been online.
Now you have something to look forward to when this lockdown is over and we can all start kissing and licking faces.
I know. Oh, it's gonna suck. It's gonna totally having to actually get up and like drive and go like to an office and all that stuff. And oh man,
it's not too far away, is it?
This is my day. Let me describe my day to you guys. All right, I get up. It's like 7 a.m. I go. I do all my stuff. I walk my dogs. And I can like go from that directly and just sign in. I don't have to get in a car. I don't have to like, you know, I usually take a shower every day, but if I didn't want to, I wouldn't have to. I usually put on clothes, but if I don't want to, I don't have to. I usually put on pants, you know, every day and stuff. I do the basics, you know, I wash myself, I brush my teeth, I put on clothes so that I'm not naked, that kind of thing. But you know, if you're not interacting with people, you don't really have to go all out. You know what I mean? You don't have to like look good, you know. And that's the other thing is that I'm never late because it's like right there. Like I can, you know, you can't be late to work when you like live at your work. You know what I'm saying? It's fantastic, dude. I would do this for the rest of my life if I could. It's so awesome. And I know that, you know, this is just going to be like, I mean, the benefit, of course, is that I'll be able to go outside and get sushi and go to the movies and have like a normal life again.
I miss sushi. That's the one thing I miss the most.
It's going to suck actually having to like get up and put on like decent clothes and brush my hair and put on a shirt with a collar.
And wear pants? Oh my God.
Like actually interact with people and say hello and look at people in the face and stuff like that. God, that's going to be fucking horrible. After a year of just like schlubbing it home, having the time of my life. Anyway, but I don't know. I think it's a nice trade-off. It would be a nice trade-off to actually be able to like go to the mall and get ice cream and sushi and see a movie on a giant screen again. I think I can live with it. And go to Comic-Con again. They're going to cancel it again, aren't they? Dude, I hope they don't cancel Comic-Con again.
I think they already did. I know a bunch of like major conventions, like E3 got canceled, Anime Expo got canceled.
Yeah. They canceled Anime Expo, but I haven't heard anything about Comic-Con yet.
Yeah, they're probably going to cancel it. So
I don't know. I'm hoping they get some, that they ramp up that vaccines, man. Come on, get that shit going. You can do it. They're saying what? A million people a week or something like that. Yeah. Come on, man.
Unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait for them to read the article again, and that'll be another 17 hours. I'm just God. Again, like, this is the fun show. No political talk. I'm sorry.
The goal is to have by May, right? So if Comic-Con is in July, that gives them a 2-month window. So that gives me some hope that it might still happen. You know. Because I actually, like, you know, I fooled them into thinking I'm a professional, so I get to go for free.
Don't say that out loud. Brayton, you can get into Comic-Con if you say you're a professional film producer.
Oh, you know, I don't know.
You have to have, like, a certain amount of, like, actual published work or whatever. And I managed to scam them into thinking that I did, and they cancel it. And it's like, God damn it. So now, but it's good for 3 years. And I'm hoping that like recycles next into the next year, or does that mean that you have to do it again? I don't know.
Just continue publishing stuff and keep the scam going, and you'll be there forever. So
anyway, I don't know. You ever been to Comic-Con, Brayton, in San Diego?
No, I've never been to California ever.
Dude, one day in your life, you have to go to it. Just.
I don't know.
It's kind of like a pilgrimage to like Mecca, that kind of thing. It's like, dude.
Well, sure, but I've just become sort of disassociated and sort of disenfranchised with fandoms as a whole. It gets a little too semi-fascism for me, like Comic-Con. I've heard described as organized fascism at one point, and yeah, it can get a little. It seems a little bit like that.
Are you Team Kong or Team Godzilla?
Well, I just mean with the celebrity worship and the whole.
Yeah.
It's. I'll look at it from afar. I don't really have any desire to be a part of fandoms. I'm a guy who likes different things and can talk to a few other people about the things.
You know,
I like.
it's worth going just for the shopping alone. Like, if you're interested in buying stuff, that's by itself a reason to go there, because it's
but I can buy things online and not have to rub shoulders with a big hairy guy in a Princess Leia slave Leia outfit.
That's true. I don't know. I'm just saying it definitely is like amazing.
Yeah.
You know,
with that said,
the things that are there and the energy, and it's really, and it's because it's not just the convention center, it's like the entire city. You know what I mean? Like everywhere. There's little events all around it. You know, there's like it's like expanded outside of the convention center, and it just takes over the entire thing. Like this huge city full of geeks for like 5 days. Totally awesome. You know, cosplayers all over the place. Mm-hmm. You know, like I don't know. It's really fun. I really miss it because before this, like I haven't gone in like 5 years, and then I finally got to go in like I think it was 2016 was the last time I went. And it keeps selling out, and then I got all excited because I finally got like access to it, and now they cancel it. Like probably going to cancel it 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I haven't gone to San Diego. I've been to a Wizard World Comic-Con once in St. Louis. That's where I had the multiple very awkward celebrity encounters, or not awkward, just sort of weird and random celebrity encounters. I almost got ran over by Lou Ferrigno in a golf cart. Billy D. Williams said hello to me.
How you doing, Brayton?
Yeah, I was in an elevator with what's his name, Draco Malfoy, the Tom Felton kid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was a weird weekend. I didn't really say much to him, but he seemed nice and cool.
Okay.
Had a big Draco crush as a little child watching those movies, so you know.
The minute he left,
a little off-putting that his hair's not actually that white. He's not an actual albino.
It's a wig.
But yeah.
At least your celebrity meetings went better than some of mine. Like the time I met Dietrich Bader still kind of saddens me a bit.
Oh.
Dietrich what?
Dietrich Bader, he's the guy who does the voice of Batman in Batman: The Brave and the Bold animated series.
Oh, yeah. What's the Dietrich Bader story?
Encountered you like Joe Chill and said, "I am the son of the man you murdered."
I murdered somebody recently. I don't remember. No,
I can't keep track.
Yeah, and I'll share that story another time. It's nothing too bad, but I don't want to get too much into detail, especially since we
had an encounter with Batman that ended poorly. I need to hear this.
Okay, so I went to go see a screening of an Ultraman movie at the Hollywood Egyptian Theater. Unfortunately, there was a private screening for that Balls of Fury, that comedy about illegal Chinese ping pong competition.
Christopher Walken's in that.
Yeah, exactly. And
hey, I got Balls of Fury. Oh.
Dietrich Bader, who's a comedian who was on the what was the show of that weird looking baby man with the glasses? The Drew Carey Show. He was on.
Hello, Cleveland. I'm a baby.
The weird baby man show.
All right, the Drew Carey Show, right? Yeah, he was on the Drew Carey Show. He does a lot of voice work. He's officially Batman in like Batman: The Brave and the Bold and the recent Harley Quinn animated series.
Yeah, that guy. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, he made this obscure comedy from the mid 2000s called Evil Alien Conquerors, where it was written by the guys who did Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, about these two aliens who been sent, who are basically rejects from Teenagers from Outer Space, who are sent to Earth to start killing human beings with powerful swords, but the swords get shrunk during the transportation. They're basically stuck. And the movie's great.
Sounds like something you would bring up to a celebrity who wanted to watch that from their career history.
This is one of those movies you would get in the blockbuster like 5 for $20 bin.
Yeah, but it's a funny movie in its own right. It has one of the best giant monsters ever, Croaker. But I will basically a giant monster he's a giant who's been shrunk to human size when he gets to Earth, but he doesn't realize it, so he still acts like a giant monster.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's hilarious. But anyway, so the premiere's over. I'm waiting for the crowds to clear up so I can go into the theater and enjoy the Ultraman movie. Unfortunately, because there was a small crowd for the Ultraman film that was being shown that day, unfortunately. But no, there was James Hong. He was being swamped by fans asking for autographs. And it's like, well, so much for me going up to James Hong and just, hey, dude, I love your work and thanks for all the stuff you've done. But then it's like suddenly I noticed this other guy was leaving and he was being followed by a bunch of people and he walked past me and it was Diedrich Bader. And I just, I froze. It's like, I know this guy. I know. And then I just blurted out loudly, Evil Alien Conquerors is a great movie. And the whole crowd went silent. Diedrich Bader turned to me and he went like, wow, you're like the only one who saw that movie. And then he walked away.
The Raffen Shoma story.
Like humiliated the guy, like, oh, here's your worst movie you've ever made. I love it.
Sure, pal. Run. Oh, so that's my Diedrich Bader story. No doubt if I meet the guy again, he won't remember it or anything. He'll probably be in a better mood about it. But yeah,
Jack Nicholson, I love the terror. Yeah.
The Great Little Shop of Horrors. No, the other one.
What?
No, I don't really.
Trying to watch basketball.
I don't really have any funny celebrity stories myself.
Oh my God.
I think probably the most famous person I know is Dizzy Reed from Guns N' Roses. I actually hung out at his house a couple of times because he was
nice.
Music. He was a friend of my brother was in this band years and years ago, and he was friends with the drummer. So actually, yeah, we kind of hung out a few times. I actually went to his house, and he's just a normal dude. Like, then you think like rock stars and stuff, like you have this stereotype like in your head of like party animals and blah blah blah. It's just a normal guy with a normal life and wife and kids. Right. And he was just really cool. And so I actually see him around, because he lives in my same town that I live in. And, it's funny, like I would see him like at like Best Buy and stuff. I'm like, oh, hey, there goes keyboardist for the Guns N' Roses over there.
Oh, nice.
Looking at flat screen TVs or whatever. But unfortunately, I don't have any funny stories about it. Yeah. I did get drunk at his house a couple times, but nothing bizarre happened.
And then you woke up the next morning in the bathtub.
That you remember.
What else?
In the bathtub of Sting.
That was fun. He was cool.
Yeah. I don't know. We've met several like minor celebrities at conventions,
like cons and stuff. Yeah,
like that one convention we went to. Walter Jones, the original Black Ranger, he was extremely friendly towards us. Cool. And he came by our table and said hello multiple times. So that was kind of nice to have the Zach the Black Ranger as a convention buddy for a weekend.
I met Luke Perry. You remember Luke Perry from Beverly Hills 90210?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He used to come into my restaurant like years and years ago, back in the 90s. I was I was a waiter at a place called Mel's Drive-In in the Valley. And it's, if you don't know that restaurant, it's the one from American Graffiti. That's the same restaurant. Like I worked at. And he would come in all the time because he was friends with one of the waitresses. And the thing about him, like, this was right around the time where he was on TV. So we're talking like this is like 1996, you know what I mean? And so I was like freaking, I think I was like 19, right? And so whenever someone would come in who would recognize him, like anyone, like whenever a girl between the ages of 12 to 16 would enter the restaurant, he would just bail immediately.
Oh.
Didn't want like any fan stuff happening. He just wanted to come eat his lunch or whatever and leave.
Yeah.
And so he would always sit way, way in the back, right? So one time he's down there and he's chilling, and he would drink Rolling Rock all the time. So like, I bring him his burger and a Rolling Rock, and he's like, he has a couple friends with him, right? And this birthday party of like teenage girls comes in the front door.
Oh no!
Right? And he sees them, and so he, and the thing is,
he
the
jumps
back
through the window.
Yeah, like the back of the restaurant is where you seat the big parties, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm bringing him back there. And he I sees him and he makes eye contact with me, and he just gets up and just like throws a wad of money on the table, like doesn't even count it. Mm-hmm. Pulls out this wad and just dumps it on the table and just runs. And of course they see him as he's leaving and they start freaking out. It's like, oh my God, it's Barry, and it becomes this thing. And there's lots of squealing and all that shit. It was hilarious. It was the funniest shit ever. It was so funny. And I felt bad for the guy because it's like, he came to that place to kind of get away from people. Mm-hmm. It was one of those restaurants that during the day there was nobody there. You'd only get people for breakfast and then dinner. There was no lunch rush. Mm-hmm. So between the times of 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. it was dead, and that's why he came to that place. Right. So it was hilarious. He just gets up and then suddenly this big ass pile of money's on the table, and then he's just trying to run away, and oh my God, so funny. But anyway, it's probably my funniest.
Yeah, we don't have many celebrity encounters out here in Iowa.
My
mom had a 2-hour conversation with Helen Hunt alone in a hospital lobby one night.
Oh yeah,
but that's about it.
Really?
And I think my mom actually kind of got annoyed with her though, and actually sort of left the conversation. But she didn't know that it was Helen Hunt when she was having the conversation with her. She didn't look. It wasn't that she didn't look like herself, but she just didn't register.
Yeah.
Yeah. It especially got annoying when Helen Hunt kept throwing tornadoes and cow toys at her.
Oh my God. Okay.
That was a breaking point for your mom.
Talk about obscure.
It's Twister. It's not that obscure. Okay.
That movie was horrible. I don't know. That movie sucked. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did not like Twister.
Especially with its scary.
Maybe that's why she was here in Iowa, is that she was looking for the real experience.
It's let's make Jurassic Park, but with a tornado.
Yeah, a bizarrely sentient tornado who threatens our heroes on numerous occasions.
I don't know. It was not my favorite movie.
Well, speaking of celebrity appearances, though, Brayton, you didn't meet, but you had a small experience with Joel Hodgson, the creator of Mystery Science Theater, correct?
I'd like to tell that story on my own channel for a video.
Okay, then I will.
I'd like to save that. But
okay,
yes,
then.
I was recognized.
Right.
I was pointed out like a commie in the McCarthy trials. But no, that was a pretty magical moment. So yeah, I'd like to save that and tell that.
Okay.
And divulge my pictures.
All right.
And all the photo evidence.
I think we met me and you, Raph. We met the suit capture actor for Godzilla.
Oh yeah. Oh crap! What's his name?
And God, didn't we meet some other guy? I can't remember. There was lots of industry people from stuff like that. I know we took a couple of pictures of you and a couple of industry people. I can't remember.
I think that was at Japan World Hero because we are friends with Jessica. I keep getting her name. By the way, the suit actor is the motion capture actor is TJ Storm.
TJ Storm.
Yeah, he's a stunt actor and a creature performer. He was even one of the main villains in VR Troopers' second and third season.
He was super cool, that guy.
Yeah. No, he was really nice, and we got to meet him because we're friends with Jessica. I keep getting her name wrong. Jessica, you know her, Brayton. She's over at G-Fest, the nice Asian girl who's always saying hello to everybody. She works as a convention organizer and celebrity handler.
Oh,
damn it! Are you paying attention? Or are you playing like Candyland on your phone right now?
Oh no! Hey, you, Brayton. You know this random girl who I also know, right?
Yeah. Jessica Tang, or damn it, I keep getting her poor name wrong. I'm sorry, Jessica, if you're listening to this.
And
But
just say Jessica, and I can just go do 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 in return.
yeah, Jessica. Hold on, I'm gonna say her last name. Tsang. I guess Tseang.
How about just saying because the T is silent?
Yeah, Jessica Sang. Yeah, she's a friend of ours. She's a convention organizer. We see her a lot on convention circuits, and yeah, she was kind enough to bring TJ Storm to our table to say hello for a little while. I think we did take some pictures. I don't have copies of the pictures, but I think you do, Mark. So I'm gonna ask that in the future.
I think they're still on the phone, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Through G-Fest, I've met the majority of the important players in the Godzilla series. Not to toot my own horn, but yeah, I've met all the three major Japanese Godzilla suit actors.
Mm-hmm.
Ken Satsuma played with my tie a couple of years ago.
Ken
Flapped it around like a little bird wing or something.
Yeah, I bet he said, "I can take this on because I'm Ken Satsuma." Yeah.
Yeah, then he karate chopped me in the throat. That was a little much.
You batra, bitch.
A lot of the
does Matt Frank count as a celebrity?
You met Frank Conniff?
You're kind of good friends with him, right, Raph? Kind of, sort of.
Wait, what?
Said, does Matt Frank count as a celebrity? Because you're kind of good friends with him a little.
Yeah. No, I hang out with Matt Frank every once in a while at the conventions. Yeah, so I guess he does kind of count because he's the most recognizable American Godzilla artist, not counting the ones who are like major comic book artists who do Godzilla on the side. So yeah. Like Art Adams, like he loves Godzilla, but he's relatively done very little Godzilla artwork professionally and fan wise. But yeah, no, we know Matt Frank, so yeah, and he's really cool. We even had dinner with Matt Frank and Larry Quatch. That was a really cool night. So
he's really, the cool thing about it, he's like one of us. It's awesome. He's very, very geeky, you know, and into the obscure stuff as much as we are. So that's really cool.
With that said, though, we're reaching the 3-hour mark, and I know you get sleepy around 11. Mark, do you want to end this, or you want to continue it for a little longer?
Ready? Keep going.
Okay, but I will be ending this around 11:30 for sure. So, with that said, Mark was talking about earlier, like he's never been to G-Fest. He wanted to go to G-Fest. Brayton, would you like to give Mark your opinions of G-Fest, the ups and downs?
I wouldn't like to give Mark my opinion of G-Fest, but I think he would enjoy it, and it'd be a good thing to experience once or twice, definitely.
Yeah, because I went there, and I had a lot of fun just hanging out with you and Andres and Andrew and Patrick. So, and getting
if you're a convention person, I'm sure you would like it.
Mm-hmm. So
I've been there too many times that I've just been worn the hell out by it. Because I was going straight. I missed 1 year since 2008.
Oh wow.
So yeah, it's definitely definitely a place to go at least once if you're a Giant Monster fan.
I'm afraid I'll end up spending my life savings there on toys, but you know, it's just money.
A lot of competition. They run that dealer's room like a street market in Singapore or something. It's
right
crowded. It's cramped. There's a lot of foreign exchange going on. It's like a stock market in there. But no,
we had to sell your speeder there just to get a ride to what was the name of the place that exploded shortly before we got there? I'm trying to do a Star Wars reference. I'm sorry.
I have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
That's okay. Keep going. Keep going.
We can move on.
Yeah.
One of these days I'll have to one day before I die, I want to go and check it out. You know, it's always like been, I mean, it's in Chicago, right? So yeah, it's kind of a commute from here.
Yeah. Thankfully the airplane I took, it's conveniently close to the hotel we were stationed at. But it's like
it's adjacent to an airport. It's in O'Hare. O'Hare is a sort of outskirt of Chicago, and O'Hare is famous for the O'Hare Airport, and it's literally right next door to the hotel. Though I guess they're having it at a different hotel, thank God, due to the mass of people who have been going the last couple of years. They've changed locations. But I think I read that the other hotel is in the same area, right, Raph?
Yes, it is in the same area. Although, they canceled G Fest for this year.
Well, yeah, that's
Yeah.
to be expected.
Yeah, so.
I mean, I imagine it was.
I'm sure JD Lace is weeping into a pillow for the amounts of money losing.
Yeah.
That's another thing. That's another thing. It has horrible people running the convention. So if you can weather that storm,
Well, that's every con. I mean, to be honest, every con is filled with people ripping you off and incompetent managers and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
blah.
yeah. Me and Mark went to Anime Expo and we got stabbed by Jack the Ripper. What was that about?
But no, that's all right.
All right.
Okay, yeah. One of these days, I'd love to. I don't know. I think that's when I retire. That's all I'm gonna do is just go to cons, like either to just attend or to sell at or whatever, So YouTube must think that I'm homeless because YouTube
It keeps giving you money. Sorry.
I watched a video about building a camper van into a van, like making your own like RV out of a van, and like these van life videos. And now YouTube is suggesting all these weird ass like videos to me, like how to like, not just building like a camper out of a van and stuff, but like how to make like bush shelters and like, hide in abandoned buildings where no one will find you. Like I think YouTube thinks that I'm like homeless and I'm like, either living out of a truck or like, making my own teepees and shit in the woods. Right? And this relates because I was thinking of like, that would be kind of cool. Like make a camper van and just drive around the country and just go to cons like as a living, I mean, how bad could it be? Like that, because the cost is like tickets and hotels and stuff. And that, I imagine that would add up a lot.
Yeah.
But if you're just driving around and like sleeping in a truck, but I'd have to have a thing where it has a bathroom. Like I couldn't like, drive around and like sleep in a car and then have to like poop inside of like gas stations and shit for the rest of my life. Like fuck that. Like, sorry for the F-bomb there. I'd have to have a thing with a shower and a toilet so that I can have some like resemblance of a normal life. So
Brayton,
I don't know.
This conversation took a weird turn.
Not exactly sure how I got on this subject, but it was relating to con.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Well, it's weird because YouTube, if you watch one video that's out of the norm, suddenly YouTube's algorithm is like, oh, I bet this guy wants to see more videos of that thing. It's like, what is it? Like I watched a documentary about the history of transphobia in pulp culture, and it was very eye-opening, and it is a subject that interests me. But then all of a sudden, it's like I get like hundreds of videos from like how to become a transsexual. It's like, what does this have to do with anything?
Dude, I watched a video about popping pimples.
Oh.
Like, oh my god, there's an entire like YouTube subculture of people who pop zits. It's fascinating and utterly disgusting at the same time.
God, and we were doing so well.
It's like it's one of those things where you're just like, this is so disgusting, but then you can't look away because it's like incredibly fascinating at the same, and it scares me. It scares me that I am even like watching shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's the time when you realize it's like I should turn this off.
Yes.
It's 2 a.m. I'm watching videos about like dermatology. Right? Like, why am I watching this? I don't know. Like, maybe that's enough YouTube for today. I don't know. YouTube thinks I'm homeless, and YouTube thinks I'm a homeless dermatologist. Is what I'm trying to say. Like,
okay, yeah. YouTube thinks I'm a transsexual, so.
Raph. I mean, if you want to come out of the closet and stuff, dude, it's totally cool.
No,
I'm
all right. I'm all right.
Still love you, Raph, no matter what.
God damn it.
You can be safe, is what I'm saying, Raph. No one's gonna like, Anyway.
All right, stop. Brayton, class up the joint. Do something.
What? Okay. Make a fart joke? Ride a unicycle?
Right. We should find a subject or something. What have you been watching lately, Raph? What's on your TV right
God,
now?
what have I been watching lately?
Is that going to class up the conversation? What's Raph's been watching on his TV lately?
Yes.
Wendy Whoppers does Vegas? No.
Why does it always go back to Wendy Whoppers?
I'm sorry. That's just funny.
1.5 million porn stars out there, and you pick the circus freak?
Wait, that's a real person?
Yes.
Supposedly.
You didn't just make it up? Wait,
no,
what was
I did. I did not make her up. Okay. No, don't look her up.
I'd like to.
Jesus Christ. Wow. That's some investment right there. Put it that way.
Yeah, ironically, her original career path was she was going to become a scientific assistant, but then she realized, she decided to take a different route altogether. But that also explains why she plays a lot of like horny mad scientists in her various movies.
I guess when you're a scientist, it's good to have a backup career, in case the science thing doesn't work out,
Well, I've solved world hunger, but this won't fly. Time to go back to my Romeo stripping days. So says I, Albert Einstein.
Jeez.
Oh, my God.
Why would you? Okay, for you at home.
No.
Wendy Whoppers has very, very, very large and obviously artificial endowments that are so large that it must be very uncomfortable.
Right.
I don't know. I don't understand that kind of.
Look on the bright side. It can get a lot worse, and she's not one of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm far be it from me to tell anybody anything. Whatever you're into, that's totally cool. I'm just saying, I don't know.
Right.
I would never do that to myself if I were a female porn star, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Well, it'd be a weird choice for a male porn star, Mark.
I imagine your back must hurt after a little while. But
anyway,
no, for real, Raph. Okay, what are you watching?
I completely lost point.
Let's just forget that conversation happened and.
Yeah, but by the way, viewer, we're not putting any images of Wendy Whoppers, okay? None of them are tasteful.
Search at your own risk.
Yeah.
We should stop talking about this.
Okay, so
let's figure it out.
Right. So I was gonna name off a bunch of other porn actresses, but yeah, let's not. God damn it! Thank God thank God only one person's watching. I'm sorry, Shay Smithers. Okay, I finished.
Only the best case on Raph's live stream of consciousness channel. The most tasteful subjects.
we were doing so good too. Now it's become a what do you call it, Brayton, when the show gets a little too disgusting and we're all eating food and talking about.
Oh yeah, the cacophony of unpleasantness.
Yeah, we've reached that point. So, anyways,
dude, that's what you should call this. You should call this the cacophony of unpleasantness.
I think I've been trying to get Raph to just rename a few podcasts that because I mean the boot fits.
The boo fits.
We should have one where we just talk about stuff like that. There you go.
No.
Cacophony of unpleasantness.
Howard Stern's got that market covered for the last 40 years.
God damn it. Okay, so Raph, what have you been watching? Goddamn.
Right. Well, before I go, Shay Smithers says it perfectly. I thought the conversation was supposed to be classy here, guys. Okay, so moving away from. Okay, so moving
away from Wendy Whoppers, moving towards John Holmes. Make it classy.
Evan Stone.
But have you been watching anything on HBO Max?
No. Well, now that you have HBO Max. Well, wait a minute. You're not an animation guy. Okay, we'll get to HBO Max in a moment. But I have been.
I'm not an animated guy.
No.
I mean that's.
You don't really like animated TV shows, so I really can't recommend anything there. Or am I misjudging you?
No, I thought you were confirming the fact that I am not an animated cartoon character.
No, you're a real person. So we poked you with sticks several times over at the G Fest when we all met you. He's not a hologram.
I saved my father from a whale, befriended a cricket, and now I am a real me.
Yeah, exactly. So I got turned into a llama once. Nothing? Okay.
Oh, I was waiting for the further explanation. I'm like,
Waiting for the punchline.
It ain't coming. So your face is safe. Okay, so
right.
I have been on top of WandaVision. It's like I can't like I'm trying my best not like I don't want to be an MCU fanboy, but at the same time I was kind of pleasantly enjoying WandaVision, and I'm very
really good. Yeah.
yeah, but here's the not to get into spoilers. Have you seen the final episode yet?
No, I
Okay.
have not.
Okay, then okay. So I won't go too much into detail. Yeah, I won't go into too much detail about it, but yeah, I can imagine a lot of people. I'm happy the show exists, and I'm so happy to see what else Marvel can do with television, because they're able to play with characters and subjects that they can't do in the runtime of a 2-hour blockbuster. It's like I'm happy that WandaVision took like a bunch of minor characters and gave them a spotlight. So it's funny too, because I didn't much care for Darcy in the Thor movies, but she's actually really likable in this movie, and I think it's probably one of the more affable appearances of Kat Dennings I've seen. But it's and of course like Agent Woo or Jimmy Woo. It's like I'm so glad that they made him into a more full-fledged character outside the funny agent with a magic trick thing. So
Didn't he debut in the Godzilla comic from Marvel?
no, Jimmy Woo is actually one of Marvel's oldest characters. He was like the first Asian hero.
Right?
Yeah, no, he was a part of the Godzilla comics, but Jimmy Woo appeared like back in like World War II. He was like one of their first positive Asian characters. Not counting all the ones that were being punched by Captain America, who were bad guys.
Yeah, because I do remember him from the Godzilla comics. He was like the shield agent that was like chasing Godzilla or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. Along with Dun. Oh crap, what's his name?
Dum Dum Dugan.
Dugan, thank you. Everyone knows Dum Dum Dugan. So, oh my god. But yeah, no, it was great to see that like those minor characters, especially since Jimmy Woo has such a long history, and it's so cool that his character's now getting more focus because of WandaVision, and also Paul Bettany. Oh my god, it's like make him do more comedy. He's great. He's great at it. So I'm very much enjoying that series. I'm glad it's expanding the MCU, but at the same time, I'm not going to get into detail, but it definitely shows the troubles and failings of the mystery box television mentality that Abrams and Lost have started, where you can't watch a television show without everyone thinking there's a greater mystery that needs to be unveiled, and it turns out there's no mystery. It's just the producers and the writers throwing a bunch of in-jokes that no one cares about.
So are you referring to Pietro, Quicksilver there?
Yeah. like I said, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
Dimensional crossover thing.
Yeah, just
that everyone wanted.
I'm not gonna get into spoilers, but at the same time, there's gonna be a lot of pissed off, disappointed people. Like, you remember the trouble with the Mandarin and the whole, Yeah, we got something like that happening this weekend. So
in the final episode, there's like a twist like that. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. And it's sad too, because I'm one of the few people who actually likes the actor Slattery from Iron Man 3, aka the fake Mandarin. So
I thought it was great.
Yeah,
I thought it was great, and it was funny. It
Robert
was
Slattery. That's the name of the character.
Because like it turns out because he actually is kind of intimidating, and then it turns out he's like some schmo that they hired. I thought that was kind of cool. And the thing is, the Mandarin is probably going to show up in Shang-Chi.
Yeah, but the real Mandarin, it's like I'm afraid that Robert Slattery is more or less dead thanks to that little course correction Marvel short film they did. Right.
They probably killed him off.
Yeah.
But who knows? I mean, it might show up again. Who knows? But
yeah.
I thought that was a cool twist, but you gotta. I mean, the thing is, the Mandarin, it's a very sensitive kind of because there is some sort of racist overtones with that.
Oh, come on! Just grab an Asian guy off the street and paint him green. Boom, we're good.
there is a little, like, for
joking.
example, like Sting-Chi's father is the yellow claw,
Yeah.
and
Oh.
or the yellow claw is Fu Manchu or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that, like, they confirm that character is not going to be in the movie,
Right.
and you kind of see why, because Fu Manchu, the Yellow Claw, is pretty much a Asian stereotype from like the 30s or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Would go, and I'm actually half Asian. If you guys don't know that, I'm half Filipino, so it's like, I can understand how people would be offended by showing that sort of character. I mean, me personally, I wouldn't, but I can understand it. So I can see why they're very, like, careful when it comes to stuff like that. So when they, like, did the Mandarin in Iron Man 3, like, I can totally understand why they chose not to make it more comic accurate.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because that would piss people off, and that's just the environment we live in today. You know what I mean? Like, if they would have made that movie in the 80s, it would have been more comic accurate and probably more of a stereotype. And yeah, that's more pure, that's more accurate to the comics, but maybe you shouldn't be accurate to the comics sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So.
Yeah, but then sometimes they make decisions that are not positive. Like what is it? The ancient one in Doctor Strange. They didn't change it because the idea of the ancient Asian wise men is a little stereotypical. They changed it because they didn't want to piss off Chinese audiences with a Tibetan representation. So
see, I think they could do it if it's tasteful. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think if they would have gotten an actual Asian actor
mm-hmm.
to do it and made it, look a little authentic, make him actually look like a monk. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And set it and make it grounded in somewhat reality, because there actually are, there are aesthetics like that, in real life. There's gurus and stuff out there and that live in the Himalayas. I mean, that's not like there aren't people like that in real life.
Yeah. But like I said, like
real magicians, what I mean? So they could have made something that didn't look offensive. They could have made them from India, for example. You know what I mean? Or to avoid, because they're trying to avoid that, like, oh, ancient Chinese secret. Like, they're trying to avoid that stereotype, that trope.
Right. Yeah. I don't like that stereotype.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
Like, they so they could have, but I don't know. I mean, I guess what was her name, Tilda Swinton. I mean, she did a decent enough job.
Mm-hmm. Hey, by the way, do you think Tilda Swinton would be good at taking over Mystery Science Theater versus Gamera round 2?
Raph, I've repeated it to you. If I ever have a biopic made about me, I want Tilda Swinton to play me. So okay. Yes, absolutely, she's more than welcome. I love that woman.
So she should play David Bowie in a better biopic.
That's what everybody says, and I do agree.
Mm-hmm.
That's a perfect fit.
Yeah, but no, I've enjoyed WandaVision immensely, but at the same time, it's also kind of sad on how many people put bet the horses on those clues, when in reality it's just a bunch of nerds throwing in jokes in there for no reason whatsoever, other than just for the sake of throwing in jokes in there. What other shows have I been watching lately? Darn it! I think I haven't been watching
Power Rangers. You can say it, Raph.
No, I've kind of fallen out of love with
Power Rangers Zebra Strike, or whatever the newest one's called.
How many shows have there been? Like 50? I mean, they're gonna run out of ideas pretty soon, right? Like,
no,
pretty soon.
Like
Yeah, no, there's been over at least 30 years worth of Super Sentai. As far as Power Rangers go, we've passed the 25th anniversary ages ago. But it's like, yeah, there's really no part, like, what is it? I tried watching the latest Power Rangers series. What is it called? Power Rangers Dino. God damn it.
Zebra Strike, like I said.
Yeah, they're gonna have, office supply based ones and take out food based ones. I mean, it seems like they're just, what's this one about? Oh, they drive around in cars and
Well,
they're
exactly. 25 years. I feel like Francis McDormand at the end of Fargo. I just don't understand it. I don't know how it could go. It's Scooby-Doo with Kung Fu. I don't know how they got this much mileage out of this much crap.
when you have a winning formula. I mean, you know,
Well,
itself.
it's like what is okay? The current season, the new season is called Power Rangers Dino Fury.
Dino Fury.
Yeah, yeah. So which is the third time.
Yeah, this is not the first time they've used dinosaur.
No, this
themes.
is the third time they've done a dinosaur. No, the
Has
fourth.
there been like a
time.
Power Ranger amphibian anger and stuff like just smash words together? Wasn't Dino Fury like a dinosaur, or that's Primal Rage or something? It was a dinosaur video game.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Oh, Rage is awesome.
Yeah. Did I ever give you back the book you let me borrow, or do I still have that?
You still got it.
Okay, I'll give it back to you because you bought it. Because that's yours, buddy.
Oh well, sure, I'll take it. I mean,
Okay, yeah,
a little bit of money, so
I know, but it's yours, and you've done enough for me. You know.
That's the creators of Power Rangers Defense Against audience complaints. You bought it.
So for you guys who don't know what we're talking about, the Primal Rage video game had a paperback adaptation that came out, and it's called like Primal Rage: The Avatars or something, and it's it's like a it's like a teen rated kind of written for like teenagers, so it's not like any kind of like deep literature or anything like that. But for some reason, this book is like super rare and like you can't get it for under $200 or whatever. And one day, me and Raph were just in some little bookstore. I'm like, oh, I wonder if they had it, and they like totally had it, and so bought it for like $1.99. So it's it's actually not a bad read, but yeah, it's made for it's like a Harry Potter kind of level, like level kind of thing,
Yeah, and plus it's kind of like the first Mortal Kombat movie. They had to tone down a lot of things to make it family friendly ish. So
speaking of that, so you seen the Mortal Kombat trailer for the new movie?
Oh,
I think it looks kind of crappy.
Yeah,
I mean,
thank you.
I do like Mortal Kombat. I am a fan of the games, and I actually kind of like the earlier movies, but they're both kind of crappy too. And this one also looks kind of crappy. I mean, it looks fun.
Yeah,
it looks fun,
but it does look terribly low budget for what it is, doesn't it?
But yeah, it looks like I mean, it looks like it's fun and it's sufficiently gory, but it also looks kind of it has a little bit of cheese mixed in there, so I don't know. I mean, the thing is I wouldn't be adverse to seeing it, but
yeah. At the very least, they got Haruki Sanada playing Scorpion, which is like that's like ideal. That's almost like oh god, Robert Downey Jr. playing Tony Stark or John Goodman playing Pops Racer. It's like almost perfect casting.
Totally. I am kind of happy that they are going to focus on those characters because like the Sub-Zero Scorpion thing is actually kind of better than the main like plot of Mortal Kombat. You know what I mean? Like Mortal Kombat is essentially just it's like Enter the Dragon, but with like a dude with 4 arms and like that kind of thing,
and that's the only thing that separates.
Like, if they were to just break that out and make it its own movie, Sub-Zero versus Scorpion. I've always thought that Sub-Zero's name was dumb. I don't know why they call like this ninja.
It was the 90s, my friend.
Sub-Zero is like okay. You ever seen The Running Man with like Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yes.
And they like,
that is. I'm guessing you really enjoyed that one, huh, Brayton?
Now Plane Zero or whatever. Like,
Uh-huh.
every time I hear Sub-Zero, that's what I think of. I think of Arnold Schwarzenegger and like killing the fat guy from that movie and getting
Raph, will you be back? Only in a rerun.
Tunnel. I'd love to see you contract. Love to see you eat that contract. You have to make room for my fist because I'm going to ram it into your stomach.
Right.
Into the damn spine.
Yeah, I love that movie. That's one of the new movies I saw last year. Last year, I went about the mission of seeing at least one new movie every day of 2020.
Oh, lucky.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Wow.
Yeah, and the Running Man was on that list.
Mm.
And yeah, I couldn't get enough of it.
It is
Yeah.
one of the better Arnold Schwarzenegger 80s.
Well,
Yeah.
they say there's a rumor that they're gonna remake, or not remake actually, because it is a book. They're going to readapt The Running Man with Edgar Wright potentially directing it.
Oh, that
and
might
writing it.
that might be good because I like Edgar Wright. Obviously, that won't be as fun and as campy as the '80s Running Man.
Well, no, here's the thing. I love the book and I love the movie. The movie is completely different from the book.
The book is way.
Yeah, it's way more depressing, way more grim, way more in line with the modern take on these type of things.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see a adaptation of the book done straight. And I like Edgar Wright, and I think it could work. But no, I do have a soft spot though for the pure '80s-ness that is. The Running Man might be one of the most '80s movies ever. Just in its unabashed Schwarzenegger-ness.
Yeah.
The book that book ends with spoilers, everybody, with the hero hijacking an airliner and crashing it into a building.
Yeah.
Right, where the direct crashing it literally into the villain.
Yeah. Well, his last line of dialogue is, "I hope he sees me." Give him the finger just before he hits the building.
I hope he sees me in plain sight. Is what he said.
I don't know. Do you think enough time has passed since 9/11 where audience can?
There's planes and helicopters crashing into buildings and stuff in movies now. I think we can get. I think we can.
Is what I'm saying. Do you think enough time, or do you think they would change that if they were to actually adapt that?
They'd probably change it just a little bit.
Change it into a steam cruiser or some shit. I don't know.
Shopping cart.
Yeah. I took the old Mississippi boat into the building.
You know what I mean? Like it just seems to me like I can't see them filming that ending in any movie. I'm pretty sure that someone is going to object to that and be like, "What are you, nuts? Take that out of the damn movie."
Plus, we can't afford it.
But
speaking of 9/11 references, you just reminded me. I haven't been watching much television. I've just either been watching movies or just listening to podcasts while I'm doing computer work or spring cleaning. But I have the other show outside WandaVision I have been on top of, and is Resident Alien, which is a comedy drama on Sci-Fi Channel about an alien who has to disguise himself as a human being in a small town, starring Alan Tudyk, who you probably recognize from shows like Firefly and Tucker and Dale versus Evil and
wait, his last name is Tudyk?
Yeah, with a name like that, he was born to be an alien.
Wow.
Alan Tudyk. Damn it! You probably say his name better. Alan.
No, it is Tudyk. That's his name.
Okay. Alan Tudyk
No way-
makes
no-
Wendy
no way around
Whoppers.
That's a name that when you're a small child you like despise,
Uh-huh.
and when you're a teenager, like you totally like own it.
Right.
You're like, maybe my name's Tudyk.
Some people are just dealt different hands with the name. Not everybody can be Finn Wolfhard. Not everybody can have that amazing name.
Wendy Overtop.
All like, imagine him as like a 9-year-old or whatever getting picked on or whatever.
Yeah. It's like my name was Raphael and everyone kept calling me a Ninja Turtle, and I got it easy compared to probably everyone else, but
well, my name rhymes with everything, so Mark, Shark, Dart, Park, whatever. You can imagine the puns that people come up with.
Oh yeah. So but yeah, no, okay, so Alan Tudyk, damn it. He stars in Resident Alien.
It's his name.
Yeah, I know. I put it in the chat so everyone knows how it's properly spelled. Spilled. Oh my god.
So anyway, yeah, Raph, what about him?
Yeah, no, it's finally nice because I've known him from all his voice work and from his various character actor roles. In fact, in the Harley Quinn show, he voices both the Joker and Clayface. So, Yeah, exactly. So, and if you've seen the Harley Quinn show, you know how hilarious he can be as Two-Face, especially in the episode where Two-Face has to pretend to be a college co-ed and he just overdoes it. It's like, oh my god, my boyfriend would be so sad. Stop the act. No one believes it anymore.
I still haven't seen that show, but I've watched clips of it, like on YouTube, and it seems pretty funny.
It is. I think it just suffers from getting a little too overly violent at times, but. No, Resident Alien is very fun. It's very enjoyable because he's just hilarious in it. Playing an alien who's doing a fairly terrible job at pretending not to be an alien. So it's like the jokes that I usually do where I get pissed off about human beings. I'm like, I'm not an alien. Unfortunately, I'm starting to see the cracks in the armor as far as the show goes, because the actors and the lead characters in the show are all very charming and played hilariously by very good people. It's like, what is it? The show is funny and likable when like the bully characters are portrayed in a very hilarious and likable light. It's like the town sheriff, he's kind of a douchebag.
They call me Big Black.
Yeah. The actor who's playing the sheriff, he's like this kind of arrogant bully who's also oblivious to a lot of stuff happening around him. But he's played so hilariously that it's great. It's fantastic. You still love the character even knowing how mean he can get at times.
I love his deputy though.
Oh yeah, she's hilarious too, and thankfully she's coming to her own too. The last couple episodes, she's really kind of shown. It's like the last episode. There was a great gag where they're interrogating kids at the local high school because they're trying to find a murder victim through illegal drugs that were sold. And the school sheriff is doing everything he can interrogating this one stoner kid inside this classroom, and he's getting nowhere. And then he comes out and it's like, oh my god, that kid won't crack. Did you do any better, deputy? Oh yeah, I just went around being nice to all the kids and they gave me all this information. He pulls out this huge list of like, this is all the details we know. It's like, oh, good job. Did you do the bad cop thing? No, I was just a nice person. Oh, well that works too. But yeah, no, it's a very funny show. Unfortunately, it does suffer a bit from like primetime television dramedy-itis. First off, like it does that needle drop a thing where it always has to throw in a new song at the end of every, just as the episode ends and we know the moral, they play a new song that you no doubt will hear on the soundtrack later. And it's good for a couple...
There's not going to be a soundtrack for Resident Alien Rap.
I know, but it's like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where like all of a sudden the episode just before the episode ends and we have the epilogue, like they're at that teen bar get together place, and there's always a trendy new band playing the new song that you can find on the MP3 soundtrack. And it's like, guys, yeah, it's impressive you have all these songs, but do you really need to do this right now?
You're just bitching because it's not all funk music from the 70s.
You buzz off.
You've got one music taste and it's obscure funk from the 70s. Get over it.
I got a wider variety of music. Anything with thumping beats, I'll enjoy. It's like we both agreed. We love the Dark Trooper theme song from The Mandalorian.
Oh yeah, the dubstep.
Yeah, evil robot dubstep. We need more of that in science fiction movies.
That show is very well done.
Mm-hmm.
That Orange show. That was very surprised how good it was. Yeah,
and I thought it was going to be like a crapshoot like Star Wars, no matter how hard they tried, though.
And then Baby Yoda had to go on social media talking about the Holocaust.
Oh,
damn it, Baby Yoda! Had to recast him.
Yeah, that's okay. Baby Yoda is teaming up with an extremely Republican movie studio to make Trump in space.
Okay. But I am looking forward to the Boba Fett spinoff there. That's going to be cool.
Okay, Shay Smithers says, I'd love to see sci-fi. I'm not calling that awful sci-fi name become the awesome channel that it once was in the 90s and the mid-2000s again. I agree. It's like they need a win, and it's kind of nice that they finally stopped airing all those damn CGI shark movies too, but we'll see how long. Give it time. So
yeah, I like movies like that though,
We know.
Like
Danny Bonaducci versus Bigfoot with a laser horn.
You know, like
Sorry.
what was the one, Super Shark? You ever see that one with J.J. Walker? And it's like a shark that walks on land, and then they make a tank with legs to go fight it or whatever. It's just the most ridiculous concept ever. Like I don't know, I love stuff like that.
Right.
Like, you know, not everything has to be a AAA title. You know what I mean? Like,
I know. We still need to do that short movie, Attack of the 50-Foot Foot. It's about a guy who has to cut off his own foot and leaves it behind in the Nevada desert, and then of course an atomic bomb hits and it's just a giant foot attacking everybody. It's called Brilliance, Brayton.
Well, you know what they used to call atomic bombs back in the 50s? The plot progression tool.
Oh,
drop one of those.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Mark, have you seen this series we've done called Up Mill Creek Without a Paddle?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, it's sort of it's on Brayton Connor's channel, and it's sort of a would you say it's a companion piece or just its own little riffing thing?
We're doing it in between episodes, watching public domain movies off the Mill Creek box sets and cracking yucks.
So are those like the sets, like you'll go and it'll say like 50 sci-fi movies or whatever?
Yeah.
And it has like stuff like EGA and like, you know,
EGA. Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, that's the thing. There are so many of those box sets of just about every genre under Mill Creek. And yeah, for the horror and sci-fi stuff like that, they repurpose and recycle a lot of their movies.
Okay.
You know, some they lose the rights to, some they can hold on to. But yeah, that's their brand. Mill Creek is they just distribute public domain cheapo movies.
Right.
So yes, EGA I'm pretty sure is just about on every single box set. EGA and Night of the Living Dead.
Exactly. Is that one? Is that a public domain? Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah, Night of the Living Dead is public domain because they failed to. There's that little legal thing of if you fail to something with the if you don't place the copyright on screen. And you don't file for copyright up to 20 years after the release, then it falls into the public domain.
I had no idea. Because you would think that's such a like well-known and like.
Well, sure, yeah, you would think that like that, and Little Shop of Horrors, and a lot of old silent film horror movies like the original Hunchback of Notre Dame and Nosferatu, Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, all that stuff, public domain, Metropolis.
Metropolis. Yeah. I wouldn't think that one would be.
Yeah, there are tons and tons of like historically significant movies that have slipped into the public domain. What we do on Up Mill Creek is look at the unhistorically unsignificant things like Beast of Yucca Flats, which is I think that's an argument or a dispute for any young whippersnapper who says, "Oh, Transformers the worst movie ever made." You have to understand. You cannot make that claim lightly because it's impossible. You can't say this is the worst movie ever made. It's such a blanket statement, and trust me, there is always. It's like the Star Wars quote: "There's always a bigger fish." There's always something worse out there than anything you find.
So I guess you can say, "What's the worst you've ever seen?"
Right. That's all you can say, you know. And for both sides of the spectrum, the best movie you've ever seen and the worst movie, it's all a matter of opinion and the personal experience.
So would you say that movie is the worst you've ever seen, Beast of Yucca Flats? Because that's pretty horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of, and I think there is a criteria that almost goes to it, because there's an enjoyment factor that goes into a movie. There's a technical craft factor that goes into a movie, and there's just nothing there. And I find that movie extremely fascinating and interesting, though, in that it's not something like Plan 9 or something infamous like that, or where it's famous for its goofiness, or Attack of the Killer Tomatoes or something, which is more intentionally that way. This is just absolutely inept, like filmmaking ineptness to the nth degree.
Totally.
It's boring. It's shot horribly. There's all the dialogue is off screen in ADR. There's a rambling narration. It's nonsensical, and it's under an hour, and it feels like 3.
When we watched it to make this episode, Andres, our mutual friend, he's never seen the movie before, and he was struggling through it, wasn't he?
He was, and for a first-time viewer, definitely it's a struggle. But I do kind of love it in the fact that, oh my god, I can appreciate how like this is just bad. This is nothing about this is done correctly, and I do think it should be viewed in film schools. Because I think you can learn as much from watching movies done poorly as you can watching, good movies. Learning what not to do is equally important. And yeah, that movie's just a long string of bad decisions. And we watched it. Andres made it through by the skin of his teeth alive. But I think it turned out pretty well. And Tor Johnson deserved better.
Now was you guys watching at home, the Beast of Yucca Flats is
Yucca Flats.
Yeah, he is. That's the thing. When you get Tor Johnson, you are getting the Beast of Yucca Fat right there.
It's about a guy caught in a nuclear bomb blast. It's actually the concept is close to the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah,
it kind of shows that when you have a good concept and poor execution.
I think it's a good concept abandoned like 20 minutes in though, because all the plot or anything interesting happens in the first 5 minutes, and it is explained to you by the narrator of, okay, here's this guy, he's from behind the Iron Curtain, he's got secrets, and here's these guys, they want those secrets in a suitcase, and they chase him out in the desert, an explosion happens, this brilliant scientist turns into a monster. And then it's, another 50 minutes of this brilliant scientist being a monster and lumbering around in the desert. It's like there's not much that happens after that. So yeah, it's kind of like a good idea for a start of a movie that is immediately fumbled right as the first hike is thrown or whatever on the football field. And it just gets worse.
It gets worse, and it gets worse, and it gets worse. Oh my god. So I'm happy with the way that episode came out, but yeah, it's like rewatching the Beast of Yucca Flats. It's one of those movies that really does drain you, doesn't it? It's like hanging out with a psychic vampire.
Well, that's what I think is so fascinating about is the numbness that comes over you watching it. Like it's in that category with the most bottom of the bottom. But I just think there are so many, like, one after another fascinating things about, like, fascinating decisions made by the director Coleman Francis of introducing characters and having them literally just dawdle around in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
It is literally as if there was no plot and the plot was produced in post. It's like, okay, let's go out and we got a weekend in the desert. We've got Tor Johnson. We've got connections to him. We got an airplane. Let's film a shootout. I have a brief outline for something to take place, and we'll just make it up as we go along. And then he had to look at all these scattered puzzle pieces on the floor and sort of piece them meticulously one by one in a semi-coherent fashion. But no, I like that movie. I get Andres's total disdain for it, but I'm fascinated by it. What about you, Raph?
I have seen worse movies.
So what's the worst movie you've ever seen?
Well, yeah, and it's important too to say just because you have seen worse movies doesn't mean that it doesn't make a movie any less bad.
Yeah, I think it's a tie between Project Viper, because I was just in snippet. It was like, what is it? Project Viper. It's one of the early Sci-Fi Channel original movies. It's competently made compared to Beast of Yucca Flats, but it's so insipid in its execution. It's one of those movies where they do things just because they thought they could get away with it, and it makes no sense. But here's the thing with that compared, and then of course there's the Andy Warhol's experimental quote unquote short movies, aka the ones that last 8 hours. It's like those are just terrible. But then again, they're basically like 1960s equivalents of God, what is that? Screensavers?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well, look at all the videos that are online though on YouTube of insert this for 10 hours.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And it's like those were pretty annoying. And there's like summer blockbusters that really just kind of piss me off a lot because of just how cynical they are. But no, with that says, Beast of Yucca Flats, it's definitely a bad movie, but at least it's an interesting bad movie. And it comes from a place of bizarre sincerity, even knowing that it's not like Teenagers from Outer Space. It's not like Plan 9 from Outer Space.
Yeah.
No, those two movies are charming.
Yeah, charming, and at least they tried to be not ambitious, but at least they tried to go the distance with them. But with Beast of Yucca Flats, thank God the movie was made in the 50s, because if it was made in the 70s, it'd be even more unappealing. But it is interesting, and I'm glad that it exists and that we're aware of it. And also, thank God it's only an hour long, because it would
Under an hour.
Under an hour, yeah, 55 minutes actually, I think. Because if it was any longer, I think we'd be a lot less forgiving of it.
Yeah.
And it's funny too. This is from a guy who generally enjoys Coleman Francis's final movie, The Skydivers.
That's ridiculous.
I don't know why. I think I agree with Frank Corniff. It's like a bizarre little
Conniff.
I
think a corniff is a French bread, I think, Raph.
Frank.
Or no. Corniff is a. I'm sorry, no. Corniff is not a French bread. Corniff is a town in England.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains some of the weird episodes where Dr. Forrester is just holding up a picture of a town in England and yelling at it.
Yeah.
So, anyways, yeah.
Continue.
I thought it was hilarious. Dad
I know
jokes.
you do. Yeah.
Woo!
You should have a full stand-up comedy hour where it's you on stage, you tell a joke, then you run out to a seat in the crowd and laugh, and then go back up to the stage.
That's a lot of running.
Yeah, it's performance art.
Right. But no, I agree with Frank Conniff that Skydivers has like a bizarre mellowness to it. That's kind of hypnotic, even knowing that, I don't know, it's weird. It's one of those movies where somebody dies horribly off camera. His parachute won't open. And then next episode, it's like, would you like some coffee? Yeah, I would like some coffee.
What's it about?
The Skydivers. That's the title. Just Coleman
Francis.
Francis.
He asked what it's about.
Yeah, I take it it's about
Checkmate, Raph.
It's actually about a baseball team. There's no skydiving going on whatsoever in it.
I imagine there's skydivers in it, but is there some kind of murder mystery or something, or
it's funny. I don't remember the plot whatsoever. I just know it's about a small skydiving company and its trials and tribulations. I think there is a murder plot in the final half because there's a jealous lover who commits murder through sabotage, and then she and her boyfriend are gunned down by the cops.
I'm just saying, if you wanted to kill somebody, pushing them out of an airplane and their parachute not opening is kind of the perfect way to do it.
That would work.
Yeah, but
I actually accidentally locked their parachute. Nobody would ever be able to there's no way they can prove you did it on purpose.
Yeah.
Yes. A fun tip for those in the audience: 9 times out of 10, if you want to kill somebody, pushing them out of an airplane will do the job.
I'm just saying.
Brayton, is that what you did to my cousin Horatio?
Made a lot of people disappear, Raph.
Okay. I didn't like cousin Horatio either. He was kind of a douchebag. So.
I'm just saying, it seems like the perfect crime is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right.
His parachute didn't open.
An even better crime is just randomly killing a random stranger in the middle of the desert, and then just going back home.
Anyway, please.
Yeah, no, it's weird. The Skydiver, it has no real focus. It feels like one of those episodic beach blanket bingo movies where there's 10 plots going on throughout the whole thing, but but it's like, but then it's like throwing like a murder and a police shootout in the final 3 minutes. That's the best way I can describe the Skydivers. But it did make for a very good Mystery Science Theater episode, and it is ironic how Mystery Science Theater went the opposite direction of Coleman Francis's trilogy of
they started. Well, no, Beast of Yucca Flats was. Oh yeah, I guess that was the last one that they did.
Yeah. Beast of Yucca Flats was Coleman Francis's very first movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then they did Red Zone Cuba.
Then Red Zone Cuba. Yeah. So they did them They did them backwards then.
Yeah.
Because they did Skydivers, Red Zone Cuba, then Beast of Yucca Flats. Where
and they made
he did them the opposite way, and he improved as a director for what it's worth.
Yeah. Had he made a fourth movie, he would have been competent.
Well, he would have been just below terrible.
Yeah, it's like The Sinister Urge is not a good movie, but it's also proof that if given a right budget, Ed Wood can do a competent movie. I don't agree with you there at all. That's just a nasty, sleazy mess. Yeah, but at the same time, there's like no cardboard cutout gravestones, and
I'll take my cardboard cutout gravestones and Bela Lugosi all day long, and cardboard cutout Bela Lugosi versus awkward sex stripping.
Right.
So there's a movie by Ed Wood called 1 Million Years AC/DC.
Oh.
You ever seen it? It is the worst fucking thing I've seen. That movie is horrible. It's 10 times worse than.
You gotta admit though, the 3 minutes of the redhead.
And then Brian Johnson comes out in like a werewolf mask midway through the movie and goes, "You shook me all night long," and it gets kind of weird for me.
Seriously, like, I don't know why they say that Plan 9 is the worst. Like, this movie's 10 times worse.
No, Plan 9's not even the worst Ed Wood movie. So it's like it's such a weird blanket statement to say these huge things.
You know?
Oh yeah.
No, 1 Million AC/DC. That was towards the end of Ed Wood's career when he was just making these terrible porno nudity movies.
They weren't even real porn though. It was just
softcore stripping.
Yeah. There's a sequence in AC/DC where never mind. Let's not get it. We've already ruined this night with Wendy Walker.
There's a sequence where there's some a rock concert emerges.
Yes, rock concert.
It's not even. I mean, the thing is, it's like, okay, if you're gonna make a, I mean, I guess this was in the days where that was still illegal, so they couldn't do that. They couldn't actually have triple, full penetration or whatever.
Yeah.
But still, I don't know. It was just so bad. The dinosaur in it's horrible. There's a part
the passion was lost at that point for poor Ed Wood.
There's a part where like two characters looks right at the camera and they recite some fucking limerick or something. It's like, what? Like, is this supposed to be funny? Like, it's not funny. I don't know.
Yeah, and what's sad is they put that. The only reason I saw that movie was on a double bill with the Something Weird Entertainment release of Mighty Gorga. Yeah, which is a pretty lame King Kong movie in its own right.
That's that movie. They never show the bottom half of the monster. It's like they didn't actually have it. Mm-hmm. So they never show the Mighty Gorga's legs.
It's a Muppet.
And, no, and then he fights a dinosaur, which is like this inflatable dinosaur, and it's the same one from 1 Million Years AC/DC, like this really, really horrible looking T-Rex that like literally looks like a balloon that they like inflated. I don't know, it's so bad.
Yeah. So, yeah, there are. Yeah, it's not a good movie. Yeah, it's funny too. I think the only reason Plan 9 from Outer Space got so much flack for the longest time.
Well, because of the Michael Medved's Golden Turkey thing.
Yeah, but let's face it, the Medved brothers are such hacks. It's like in that same book they said The Omen was one of the worst, and Raised by Titanic were one of the worst movies ever made. And it's like it's a little woolly thinking, guys. But then it's like later you realize their knowledge of movie is extremely limited. Hence the reason they see Plan 9 from Outer Space, but they never saw Monster Go-Go. They never saw The Creeping Terror. It's like I'm trying to think. There's a, what's funny?
The Creeping Terror is horrible.
Yeah,
that's the monster thing. Yeah, that was
and it's even sadder when you find out they made a docudrama about the making of the movie, and the guy behind it who stars as the young sheriff Yeah, he was a complete and total scumbag. So,
Oh yeah.
oh god, yeah. Like, what is it? He's the kind of guy who would get high on drugs and steal from churches. So,
Wow.
but anyway, yeah, to say it lightly. But it's funny. I don't really remember any movies that really truly pissed me off. There's probably movies out there that I did generally hate and despise for what they were. But for the most part, like a lot of the movies I've seen, even the ones that can be considered bad, are still interesting or enjoyable enough that I get something out of them. Like Beast of Yucca Flats, not a good movie, but at the same time, it's an interesting experience. So, and plus, I can say something good. It has Tor Johnson in it. We love Tor Johnson. But
Yeah. I mean, he's kind of a cult icon nowadays.
Yeah.
You know.
It's like, but it's just I'm so sad that Tor Johnson never did a comedy, because it's like there's footage of him interacting with Groucho Marx on his TV show. Whose Line Is It? Is it?
No, not whose line is it anyway? I think it was What's My Line or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, you bet your
You Bet Your Life?
Yeah, You Bet Your Life. Is that the name of the
Yeah.
Groucho Marx show? Yeah. And
No idea.
Tor Johnson, Tor Johnson is actually both charming and funny in that. So especially when, what is it? You know the bit better than me, where he scares Groucho Marx.
Yeah. So you star in horror pictures? Yes, I play the villain every time. Yeah, I bet you couldn't scare a horsefly. And then he runs away. Yeah, they have a good interplay.
Yeah,
and you can see throughout the interview. I think it's all for camera and for show, but yeah, you can see the interview, or throughout the interview as he's talking to Tor Johnson, Tor just like developing a twitch at Groucho's questions.
He could have lifted him and thrown him around, and nobody would have known no better.
Tor Johnson could have destroyed that entire stage.
Yeah, he was like either people back then were short, or Tor Johnson was really that big.
Yeah, he had like gigantism going on, didn't he?
No,
it was a big guy. He was a big bodybuilder.
You're probably mistaken him with Rondo Hatton, who did have unfortunate gigantism problems.
But there's a lot of people who had gigantism problems who made it into the motion picture business.
Oh yeah, like Wendy Whopper.
Well, Andre the Giant. There you go.
Yeah, Andre the Giant too. So much classier. But no, Tor Johnson was just a very tall Swedish wrestler. So he, for the most part, he was as healthy as a brick house and as heavy.
Yeah, the guy was like, 300 pounds of and that wasn't all fat. I mean, he was like muscular.
No, he was a human rhinoceros.
Yeah, just like this massive freaking dude that his hand is like the size of like a normal person's face or whatever.
Yeah. But no, I do ask that question seriously. If he was generally a very tall person, or if he just was taller as most people in 1950s America was short, because he still barely fit in that plane in Beast of Yucca Flats. So either the plane was very large, or everyone piloting were shorties.
We have the magic of the internet with us at our disposal.
I don't think he was especially tall. I just think average wrestler height with that mass made him look bigger. And people were shorter back then in general.
He was 6'3". Let's see how much.
Okay. Yeah, 6'3" is not especially. That's like an inch tall. That's an inch taller than I am.
Yeah,
that's not too tall. But you have to understand his mass was.
Yeah, Denny Roth would have been taller than Tor Johnson.
Yeah. So 6'3" and 440 pounds. That's like.
Yeah.
That's a massive. Damn.
I'm not
that's
picking
sort of like King Kong Bundy, like Big Show sort of wrestler, massive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, but Tor Johnson, he could have been in a few comedies. Sort of seemed to be a jovial man.
Yeah, exactly. Now I have to ask though, he retired from filmmaking right after Beast of Yucca Flats. Was Beast of Yucca Flats what killed it for him?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think it was in something else after this.
Okay then. Last known film. Someone's doing research.
Filmography. The Unearthly, The Black Sleep, Night of the Ghouls, Plan 9, Bride of the Monster. That's kind of like a trilogy, those three, right? kind of sort of.
Night of the Ghouls, I would say, is the worst of the trilogy. Raph and I have seen that.
Yeah, that kind of went nowhere. That was just Ed Wood and friends
Flying
pretending to be ghosts.
Trapeze. Wow, that's from 1935. He must have been young.
Yeah.
When was he born? He was born in 1903. So okay.
Okay.
So he was pretty old by the time all these movies were getting made in the 50s. He was in his 50s.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Then it was probably time to call it quits, anyways.
Putting out the blues. So, damn, he's been in a lot of stuff. Pippi Longstocking.
Really? Oh my goodness.
Says he was in that.
If he was in Pippi then he was still working after, because BC Echo Flats was 59. What was that, Brayton?
I said he played Pippi Longstockings.
I'm Pippi Longstocking.
Head.
It's like that John Cadney.
Andy.
John Candy skit from SCTV. Yeah, where he's playing a Pippi Longstocking type character who ends up murdering all the other children in the village just because she's annoyed or something. It's like, I don't know, it was a weird skit.
Huh. It's not showing Pippi Longstocking under his filmography though. That was just a Google thing, so that might not be right. He was in Head, which is the
Monkeys movie. Yeah.
And before that, the Dick Powell Theater on TV, and then Beast of Yucca Flats. So, and then it looks like that was that was like almost his last movie, Beast of Yucca Flats.
Okay then, yeah, or at least his last major starring role.
Plan 9, just a lot of like movies I've never heard of. Rocky Jones, Space Ranger TV series.
Oh my god, I can imagine what alien he was playing there. I'm the Emperor.
Right, yeah. Rocky Jones,
Fellow in the Foreign Legion.
Yes, he is in that. Yep.
Most of these are just like movies that no one has ever heard of. Gentleman Jim, like who even knows, like stuff like that. So
who would win a battle, Gentleman Jim or Cherokee Jack?
Yeah, he's got like a lot,
right.
A pretty big like filmography going. So anyway,
okay, so we're it's midnight right now, guys. I think we should call it a quits.
Cool. Yeah,
okay.
I'm getting a little tired myself.
Yeah. So, but I'm gonna read this last question from Shay Smithers. I think it's a good way to end the night. Well, what was it? Where is it? Oh, hey, mind if I ask what are your guys' favorite Mystery Science Theater episodes? If we still have time for that. And he lists some of his favorites. His being Laser Blast, EGA, the Gamma ones, and a lot of the ones from that aired on the Sci-Fi Channel. I'm gonna start with I think there's a lot of episodes of Mystery Science Theater I personally enjoy a lot, but I think if I had to take a tie, it would definitely be their take on Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster and Teenagers from Outer Space. Although I'm also a big fan of a lot of the later era Mystery Science Theaters with what's his name? The big tall dude. Mike Nelson?
Oh god, this is the saddest thing ever. Yes, Mike Nelson is his name.
Right. Yes, Mike Nelson. I'm sorry. I'm getting tired. I'm getting brain farts here. So there's got to be a better terminology than the brain fart. Anyways,
I'm fans of the earlier episodes with the shorter guy, Joel Hodgson.
Old
cool.
Sleepy Eyes. So
yes.
Well, you're the big Mystery Science Theater fan. What are some of your favorite episodes as we close out the night?
Yeah, that's impossible. Like it always I can't ever say my favorite because that always changes. But anything from about I think they really hit the spot. Season 3 through season 7 was their golden age. Pretty much anything through there. I like the goofier movies. I like the Coleman Francis trilogy trifecta. Yeah, I love it all. I can't really say anything. I can't pick favorites. I love all of it. I tend towards genre-wise the older black and white B movie episodes because that's more my thing, as opposed to, the 80s space mutiny sci-fi stuff.
Yeah.
I do
Okay.
like I do like Boggy Creek 2 and the Legends Continues. That's an outlier for me. A greasy southern fried Bigfoot movie. And funny enough, I like the movies featured on season 11, the Netflix version. I don't like that era of Mystery Science Theater, the reboot era, but I do like the movie choices, at least for season 11 anyway. Good lot that they picked. I mean, Cry Wilderness, another Bigfoot movie, would have been great on the original show. Yongari would have been great on the original show. All these wonderful, colorful, big special effects filled movies like Avalanche would have been great. The season 12 episodes, though, or the movies picked for that, not a big fan of. Mac and Me's okay, but it's a little too obvious. Thank you, Raph.
Yeah.
Your grunt of agreement fills me with confidence.
Yeah, no, I actually thought Mac and Me was one of their better episodes of the new Mystery Science Theater, but yeah, it would have been a weird fit for the original show. So, Mark, do you have any experience with Mystery Science Theater outside our brilliant fans?
Outside being in it?
My favorite one is the Godzilla versus Megalon episode, and the reason why is because it has that skit where they make fun of Orville Redenbacher.
Oh yes,
that is the funniest thing I've ever seen. I love that. I love that one where he's like,
You'll be eating government cheese, boy, if you don't shut up. What are you doing?
I'm the god. The funny story about that was it was originally straight Orville Redenbacher, like by name references in the skit, and they were on the phone with attorneys, and they would be sued. Like legal action was threatened over the phone if they were to go through with it. So that's why it's still very obvious what they're parroting, but they don't mention it by name. The Redenbachers,
right?
But,
wow, I didn't know that. Good. I'm glad that they made fun of them. Fuck those people.
Yeah, yeah. There was a series of commercials back then of Mr. Redenbacher and his what was it? His son, who was equally as good.
Yeah. But anyway, that was hilarious. That's one that really stands out to me. I even sometimes just watch that on that clip on YouTube.
Yeah.
That particular episode is like hard to find on DVD or whatever. I never would have seen it except Raph made me a copy of it years ago. So very happy to finally get that.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to I knew the legal troubles behind that movie, so when it was released at Best Buy's, I went there the morning it was released, picked it up, and as I left, it's like, you suckers will never see this again. And it's like the two people in there was like, F
okay.
you, sir.
Yeah, I think that particular disc is worth a little bit of cash, so that's a cool, like, cool that you actually got it, like,
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, so that one in particular, I really like that one. I also have the beginning of the end. That was a funny one.
Oh yes. Yeah, the Bird Eye Gordon episodes are wonderful too. Bird Eye Gordon, also another master of cinema.
Yeah, Tormented and Magic Sword. Those are two surprisingly good movies.
Yeah, especially in comparison. It's funny when you have a bad director who hits a home run every now and then. That's what sticks out more.
Okay, so
yeah.
All right.
Actually, I saw that movie years ago when I was a kid because it was something that my mom really liked because apparently she saw it when she was a child, and like I remember thinking like the dragon in it was so cheap looking, like because it didn't move. I'm like, what's with this dragon? It's like
the dragon from the Magic Sword is more like a overcomplicated party float. It's impressive visually, but the movements of it, it's kind of like reminds me a lot of a Disney like big animatronic, where this would look cool on a ride, but sort of in a movie where it has to have an action scene is a little it's a little iffy.
It's the reason the knight just comes up and just stabs it in the take that. I've won.
Yeah, stabs it and slices its nose, and that's about it. It looked very impressive, but yeah, the movement really lets it down.
Yeah.
So but with that said, I think this was a very enjoyable episode. Other than the weirdness that happened halfway into it with pimples and porn stars. That's the name of our next episode: Pimples and Porn Stars.
Sorry, I think I got dropped for a second there, but I think my internet access is disappearing here.
Okay, then we should pretty much end it. So do you have anything you want to plug, Mark, before we call it a night?
Well, I guess I could just plug my channel. I have 2 YouTube channels. One is called UCD Videos, where I talk about video games and toys and TV and stuff like that. Non-political stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's UCD Videos on YouTube. My other one is called Why I Hate the World, which I talk about mainly politics and culture, that kind of thing. And I live stream every Saturday at 11 a.m. Pacific time. So if you guys are interested and you want to hear me go into some like deeply partisan, political rants, that one is I stream about for 2 hours every Saturday at 11. So I'll be doing it tomorrow. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Okay, then. What about you, Mr. Brayton?
No. I don't have anything in the moment.
Nothing at all. You don't even want to... Okay, because we already kind of pimped out your Up Mill Creek fun show.
You haven't spoken publicly about your Glue podcast, Raph.
About what? What is this?
It's a Glue podcast.
Okay, I actually...
refused to speak publicly about it.
I watched a little bit and,
You ran away.
So
that's the overall review.
Say that again?
Those are your original characters, right?
Yes, those are my original characters. Okay, here's the thing about the Glue podcast. It's a little too long for its own good, but as far as a solid radio play goes, I think we did a lot of good performances, and I'm happy it's there. I'm happy it's up there for everyone to see, better or ill. But I just, the Glue podcast is available on my YouTube channel now, so if you guys want to hear more insanity, go ahead and check that out. This is the title card, the main title card for it. I think the big problem is I should have done more images for it to keep it, that and shorten it. And I do want to revisit and do a second episode to try to take care of some of the problems of the first. But basically, it's what happens when 4 supervillains decide to have their own little chit-chat show, and it doesn't work so well. And we had Brayton doing the voice of Slimeball, who's on the screen right now, with a kind of a faux Boris Karloff accent. I do the voice of Jack Hodgson, the annoying, nasally mad scientist. Completely not true to real life whatsoever. Guys?
Yes.
Acknowledge? Okay.
Yeah. Your voice is not nasally, yes.
Yes, that is true. I'm completely manly in every way imaginable. Our friend Win.
Completely manly.
I'm the best man ever. Okay. Boo. So, you want to tell us about this movie? No. Okay. Boo was played by our friend Win, and she does a great job as that character. And my brother Gabriel did the voice of Jake Tanaka, so you better know as Astronaut Gabe in the Understand the Cosmos skits. So I'm happy with the Glue podcast, but I definitely want to improve it if I do a second episode. But that will not be anytime soon, or maybe sooner than we thought. So, but I am definitely going to be revisiting the Glue characters very soon. Do you have any comments on it, Brayton, since you kind of helped on it a bit?
No.
No.
Send it out to sea.
Like the stereotype of Eskimo elders, you put it on an iceberg, you said, bye! Okay, but yeah, definitely check it out, guys, if you want to see some of my untapped insanity unfiltered. Oh, God. And also, speaking of new series, however, a slightly more better, or better received, is the other show I started, and Shoma Likes Giant Monsters. The first episode with Madame Woe premiered last month, but I'm currently working on the second episode. I'm going to try to see if I can do a third episode, just so I can keep them coming, basically. But basically, I take an obscure or lesser-known giant monster from fiction. In the case of the first episode, I took Madame Woe, one of the first female monster in Power Rangers, the American version at least, and basically talked about the character and a lot of obscure tidbits that not many people know about the character. But yeah, Matt Burkett was a big fan of the series and he's been pimping it out a lot whenever he can. But I'm still working on the second episode. I definitely am. I'm probably biting more than I'm chewing off. But I do want to do the third episode immediately afterwards as well. But yeah, it's there you go. So there's also that in Show Me Like Scary Monsters, and unlike the Glue podcast, it's only 16 minutes long. So 16 minutes long, not 60, 16. Okay, I've had people get confused about that, but there you go.
16. Okay.
Yeah, 16. Damn it! Try saying 16 9 times fast. It's not going to work out. But yeah,
16.
It's 6 teenagers long. Okay. You got it.
Good job, Mark. You did a great job. I don't know what the other guy was doing.
Following orders.
Yeah. So, oh my god. Pimp out the Glue podcast, Brayton.
Don't watch it if you know what's good for you. How's that?
Screw
You're ever going to ask me to pimp out your crap again?
Anyways, yeah, but those are the two series, and those are attack cards. When I will update once this once this live stream fully fully configures on YouTube, I will update the description below for everyone to check everything out. So, but yeah, those that's all I have to pimp on my end. Oh, we might be doing a live watch of the original King Kong versus Godzilla, but I'm going to have to double check because everyone's schedules are all over the place this month. But that will...
Dude, on that.
What?
Because it's like my favorite movie ever, so...
It's going to be the Japanese version. Are you cool with that?
Totally.
Okay, all right. And we are probably going to go with the ha-ha funnies, too, so don't be surprised if we, like, riff through it. Okay, then I'll bring... Because Brayton has made it clear he's not going to be there for it all, at all. It's a shame too because you were a really good presence with the Power Ranger and King Kong live watches we did.
I'd like to be invited to commentaries of movies I like once in a while.
Well, go ahead and pick them, and we'll bring you.
I was good with the Power Ranger commentary because I didn't say anything for 50% of it.
Yes, you did.
It was an easy night.
Yes. You had some funny bits, like
I called Rita Repulsa Trump's Supreme Court pick, and that's about it. I laid low for the next hour.
Yes!
At least she would be more like, transparently diabolical evil.
I hate to say it, but after all the crap we've been seeing with the Texan governors and Ted Cruz, I would vote for a Power Ranger monster in office in a heartbeat.
I think that would make a really good Saturday Night Live skit of just all the judges there, and then Rita Repulsa is I don't know. Anyway,
right. So Shea Smithers, gonna read his last things. I wish the Godzilla Mystery Science Theater episodes were available on DVD. I don't think Mystery Science Theater never really had a bad season, not counting this Netflix reboot. And he says, my pleasure, cool, I'll be looking forward to it. So, because Shea Smithers is a pretty cool dude, I think I'm going to talk to him and maybe bring him on board in the future. Because I am thinking of doing a Doctor Who podcast soon with Andrew and other people who are fans of the series. But with that said, yeah, no, I will definitely bring you aboard, Mark, for the King Kong versus Godzilla live watch. That might be, yeah, that will definitely be roughly a week or a couple of days before Godzilla versus Kong proper premieres. And Brayton, by all means, recommend whatever movies you want to do a live watch for, because we had a good.
The movies I watch, you guys don't watch. I can't recommend these things, and the movies I tell you to watch, you don't watch.
Listen,
it's for the prosecution.
You want to do a live watch witness to the prosecution?
It'll be very silent.
What kind of witness is that?
Silent witness.
Yeah, damn it. Okay, you damn it, jokester, you jokey joke man. Okay, now we're going crazy. It's like, and you gotta, holy crap, we've been going over for almost 4 hours and a half now. Okay.
Yeah, I think I gotta go to sleep here pretty soon, man.
Yeah, because you have a live stream in the morning, and I have Power Rangers to watch in the morning. Okay, so thank you, anybody who's watching this, who's joined us tonight and will be joining us in the future. And yeah, we'll be doing another live stream of consciousness next month for sure. So good night, everybody. I just lost all the buttons where I'm supposed to turn everything off. Okay, there we go. And good night, everybody. Oh wait, yeah, you guys go ahead and mute yourselves. I'm gonna play an ending song just to kind of class things up a bit.
I think I'm going to sign off. So thanks for having me on, man.
Oh,
and I'll talk to you guys all later.
Absolutely. Do you want to talk later, Brayton, or you want to call a night?
I'll be waiting.
Okay.
I'm out of here.
Okay,
Late, guys.
Okay, then I'll talk. Okay, then go ahead and mute yourself, and I'll talk to you in a little bit. All right, so everyone, thank you for joining us on Livestream of Consciousness. I've been in Shoma, Brayton, and Mark, and we will talk to you later. Bye.
Oh yeah, mute.
Sexy jellyfish. Sexy jellyfish. Oh yeah. Oh man. Sexy jellyfish. Sexy jellyfish.
Look over there in the deep blue sea. There's a sight your ass ought to see. The way her tentacles come unwind. The way she moves will blow your mind. Sexy jellyfish, dancing for the boys. Sexy jellyfish, don't take away her toys. Sexy jellyfish, got a hold of me. Sexy jellyfish, let my heart go free. Sexy jellyfish, pay your way through school. Sexy jellyfish, stop there, be cool. Sexy jellyfish, got a hold of me. Sexy jellyfish, just let my heart go free.